All right. I would like to welcome everybody out and get ourselves started on our City Council work meeting for Wednesday, May 13th, 2020. Currently in attendance electronically, we have Councilman Smith, Councilwoman Orn, Councilman Shields, Councilman Henderson will be joining us shortly. And then I'm here as well in City Hall. We will and now begin the work session of a city council meeting. Work sessions are designed for the purpose of providing council members with the opportunity to study and discuss different issues, gather and analyze information, and clarify problems. During work sessions, the council may not make any decision that binds the city. Though the public may attend a work meeting for observational purposes, there is no public comment period during this time. Other than public hearings and the public comment portion of the meeting, members of the public shall not participate in the meeting unless they are requested to present to the council by a member of the council. At times, the council may defer to a member of the public or to an attendee to make comments on a specific item. All right, we will go ahead and get started with 1.1, review this evening's agenda. Any items we need to make adjustments to today? Okay.
None for me.
Oh, sorry, I just have a quick comment. We have our public hearing tonight for the water board at 6 p.m. So I'll be drinking off a couple minutes before 6 p.m. on that meeting.
Oh, thank you for the heads up on that. Appreciate it. Any future agenda items the council would like to see on the on a future meeting?
Just one comment would be, I know we're looking at opening Black Ridge soon. I saw the ad hiring for the attendees up there. So I don't know if we need to make that a formal decision or not, but I'd like to see that come up soon. There's a lot of public interest in when and if that will open and what the circumstances will be.
Yeah, Steve. So you can hear my echoing voice. When you went and see my updates, we'll let you know what we're doing, our plan with Black Ridge, as we're starting to hire those personnel and get it ready to go. We have a plan to keep people social distancing, so we'll let you know how that comes out later on this evening. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. We'll move on to item 2.1, review of the Harriman City Public Improvement District Policy. Alan Ray. We can't hear you, Alan.
Sorry about that. I just got an email from Jonathan that he can't find my presentation, so I am resending it to him. So it'll be a minute to get our presentation, but anyhow, I've just sent that again to him, so it'll take a minute to get it up. So we want to talk about the PID policy, and we have had Chase Andresi, the new attorney, take a look at it. He's come back with very little change. We did say in this that it's our standard for our requirements for a PID. He has come back and said that he wants that to say that it's our minimum standard. Okay, so you go to the next one, Jonathan. Thank you. Okay, these are the changes that he made to us. Is that this is the first paragraph of the policy. He wanted it to state that it's the minimum criteria, and also that it could be modified at any time, and that we could change the requirements at any time or add additional, and that is inherent in the law, but I think it's good to have it spelled out that it could change, or that the requirements could be different. So those are the only two recommendations. He came back to the policy that we have written. Okay, Jonathan, would you go to the next one? Okay, just wanted to run through the steps here, and there's a couple things that maybe I haven't spelled out before, but kind of the steps for this is that we approve a PID policy. And the policy could be as simple as saying we don't accept any PIDs in the city, or it could be as tight as we want. Now, as we've gone through this, I think we've made it fairly tight in comparison to what the law allows. Okay. Then once we approve the policy, the developer would submit a letter of intent. And the letter of intent just spells out their intent on the project, how they would fund it, what they want to accomplish from it. Now, it was requested that we have our Community Development Committee review the LOIs. And when they agree that it meets our requirements, then the developer would be allowed at that point to prepare and submit a governing document. Now, the governing document certainly has to agree to our policy, but there are additional things. As you review the governing document, you can approve it or not approve it based on the developer's historical performance. If they haven't performed on projects, you can deny them for that. If you look at their proposed finance plan and you don't agree that it's sustainable, you can deny it for that or approve it for that. You certainly have to approve that it meets our master plan, because a PID has to fit our zoning, our construction rules, everything that we would do anywhere else. They have to do it the same way there, but that's another thing that they would have to conform with our master plan. And you could deny it just because you don't think it's a benefit to the city. Or if you think it is, then approve it. So once the city approves or denies the governing document, that's kind of the end of it. For the city, we would still maintain our inspections and stuff in the PID, but from that point, all of the decisions being made are being made by the board that is made up of the members of the district. So these are the steps that the city has the ability to control. Once it gets past this point, we really don't have any control of it unless we require something that we want to control to be part of the governing document. Now, we can't say in the governing document that we want to have a board member forever when we don't own property. But if you own property there, you could actually put in the governing document that one member of the city council would always be on their board, or two, or whatever you wanted to do. So the governing document is your control, if any, of what happens beyond that point. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, these are a couple of things I just wanted to point out. These are things that come directly from the law. The creation of the public infrastructure district is subject to the sole discretion of the creating entity. That's you. Okay, the city is the creating entity responsible for approving or directing the creation of the public infrastructure district. Okay, it's solely within your discretion whether or not you approve one. And the other one is the proposed creating entity bears no liability for rejecting the proposed creation of a public infrastructure district. I think these are kind of important as you look at the policy, in that you're not required to create a PID just because you have a policy. And if you don't create one, there's no liability to the city for not doing it. So even if they meet our policy, you're not required to approve it. The law is, yes.
Sorry, Honest, it kind of wipes away any like discrimination lawsuits or anything like that for us, because Like right now, if you come in and you meet all of the required ordinances, we can't really say no to
Yeah.
certain. This is saying even if you meet what our standards are in a PID, we could still say no. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
I think in order for them to bring that kind of an action against us, they would have to overturn the law in general because the law includes that language.
Okay.
However, the other thing I would say is, if it meets our policy and you're looking at it and you're going, well, we don't see a city need for this or a city benefit for this. That's really all you have to identify to turn on that. No, you really don't have to identify anything, but there's things that you could look at and say, I don't agree with their financing, or it doesn't seem to work, or it's not a benefit to the city. We can reject it for any reason we want. The creation of is the sole discretion of the creating entity. So it's your decision.
It's kind of hard though, because then it's like, then why have a policy if you're never going to let anybody have a PID? You should just say you don't do PIDs.
Yeah, well, if you're not going to ever allow anyone to have one, I would say create a policy that says our policy is we don't allow PIDs.
Right.
So.
And Alan, you said something a couple of weeks ago when we met that said basically in the absence of a written policy by us, the state statute would become the default policy.
That's true. Anyone right now without a policy could submit an LOI to us following state statute, but you still would have the same ability to approve or not approve. But yeah, anyone could submit it right now if they submit it based on state statute. They could come to you now. This is just saying if they come to you, they have to meet certain standards that we've already looked at. So,
but the language right here on the screen would apply in that point, right? Even if they did that, we still have complete control over whether or not we want to allow it.
Right, absolutely. I think the whole purpose is you're looking at a policy because we've essentially followed state law as we put this together, except in a few things. We've set fees. We've said that it's only going to be in certain areas. We've said that it can only be, the draft I did was 10 mil, which you could change if you want. We've tightened some things. We've required them to follow the city's purchasing policy. So, the state statute allows them to do the infrastructure based only on a engineer's estimate. But by following our statute, they would have to go out to bid to it and go through the regular bidding process. So, I think that there's some things we've tightened, but right now, without a policy, someone could actually give you an LOI for a PID as long as they follow state statute. But then, what you do with it after that is up to the city council.
So this is my naive kind of assumption on this PID. It's kind of like if you want to develop a property, but you don't want to have to put out the money for the infrastructure, you do the PID, and then the taxpayers who buy the property or who own it at some point in the future, they will pay for all the infrastructure essentially. So it just allows you the opportunity to make more money because you don't have to pay for the infrastructure on your development. Is that wrong?
Well, I think that the way that the developer would describe it to you is you're going to have higher property taxes for those infrastructure, but you're not going to be paying impact fees. So you don't pay the impact fees on this. The law and our policy, neither one allow you to get both impact fees and property taxes, PID taxes on the same project. So, that would be the difference is, yeah, they're going to pay higher property taxes, but they don't pay upfront impact fees.
So, and in actuality, the developers are always passing on those impact fees anyway, that cost of it. And so rather than paying it on the front end as you purchased it, you pay it over time in taxes. Is that
Yeah,
better?
yeah, yeah, I think that's exactly it. You know, I personally believe that we could install something in the governing document that says, as each piece of property is sold, a piece of it goes towards the bond. You know, that's a possibility if they would agree to that in the governing document. So
That'd be good.
Sherry, to your comment, I've done a little research to try and make sure that I fully understand this and, you know, can make the best decision for our city moving forward. I've had it described to me, to your point when you brought up and was talked about impact fees and costs and those types of things. When I asked a few what they really felt like the original intent of the creation and potential use of a PID was, is the term I heard a couple of times was affordability. And I think it's to that point that you just made that it defers some of those upfront costs to later, which I guess, you know, is viewed in that it helps to bring down that initial cost to a home buyer. So it's, like I say, it's been told to me that one of the major intents of this was of housing affordability and how a different funding mechanism, again, to help make these affordable. Now, I know that we're not, you know, initially really looking at utilizing this in a residential format, but I think that because it certainly can be applied in commercial and the other things that we're looking at. But I do think that, again, from the information I gathered, that was one of their intents, or at least making this this funding mechanism available. So, Mike, I guess, Alan, is that something that you would agree with, or you have found, at least in understanding this yourself, that is a potential, I guess, benefit of using a PID?
yeah, I agree that is the intent, is to make things more affordable. One of my well, there's a couple, but frankly, for me, one of the big hesitations to me was allowing a developer access to the money. No one had control of the money except an engineer doing a review that, you know, frankly, and I don't want to say anything negative about engineers or anyone else here, but if someone has a financial gain in doing something, they're going to do it. And engineers who want to keep working for a certain developer are going to give them what they want, you know, and they're, you know, because an estimate's an estimate is, you know, no one can really challenge your estimate, you know, so I didn't like that. So,
Alan, there's also another element. I don't know if this is as strong as an element as some people have tried to make the case to me about, but there is a part of this that the bond underwriter also is doing some type of review on an ongoing basis before disbursements are made to verify improvements are made, that they're reasonable, that they're you know, within their standards, that they fit the budget that was going on. So there is a review process by the actual lender to verify that those things are being done as well. So there is another set of eyes controlling the money before the developer gets the money.
they will be making sure that the improvements are done before the money's dispersed.
Right.
Then my other thing that I have had a fairly big concern with is there's really no requirement for them to notify buyers. The law only requires them to come hang a sign on our bulletin board at City Hall that they're doing that. So we've required additional notification in our policy because that would, to me, be the biggest issue is if people's buying without full understanding of this. So, you know, go ahead.
Sorry, Alan. I was just going to say, back to the point that Steve made just a minute ago. in setting this up and being able to put the requirements in place when it comes to those costs, couldn't we actually see how to phrase this the best? Couldn't we require that district to disclose all of the actual costs, you know, in some format, and not allow any markup to be made on those to help, again, put some checks and balances in there?
Yeah, we can make them do that. I haven't added that particular item into the policy, but we could do that at any time that we, as we do the governing document, you're required to do this certain thing.
Okay.
You know, the state statute actually says that all they have to do is give us an annual report.
Right.
It doesn't say what's included in that annual report. Our policy requires us to give them, that they give us an annual budget, that they give us an annual audit, that they give us a list of their property owners. There's several things that we require that are not required in the state statute, because we want to know who's being affected by it.
And along with that, also, if I remember correctly, there's no requirement in the state statute for the district to have to go through a truth in taxation process, but that's something we could require them to do, correct?
We could. The problem with that is that the very first tax they set, they're likely to be the only owners. And so when you're doing a truth in taxation, the only people that have a say are the owners.
Gotcha.
So, you know, if we're talking about the auto mall property, right now that would be us, the developer, and UDOT. You know, so,
Okay.
you know, however, our policy does require that any change in the tax rate after their initial tax rate does have to go through a truth in taxation, and it has to we need to be notified as a city of the change.
Okay. I like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, this, as we talked last time, the definition here of where we would allow it to be built seemed to me to be one of the points that had some problem, concern, how we look at where it could be done, because the way I defined it in the policy that you've looked at, any commercial area would be able to do it. So as I thought about it, and I've talked to Brett about it and so forth, we thought that on this initial policy, the best thing for us to do would be to put a map of of areas that would be okay to do a PID in. Because we kind of want to limit it to a fairly small area here, and we think that, you know, you avoid any confusion if we put a map instead of trying to describe it. So I've put together, well, I've had I'm not sure who made it, probably GIS, put together a few maps for us that I want to look at here, give you some, and you know, I think probably the third one comes closer to what you've talked about in the past, but the first one in particular that we'll be looking at is what the developer of the auto mall would like to see. So just in fairness, to give you what they're asking for, we'll show you that, and then we'll move through these maps. So to move to the next one. Okay. Now you'll see this is the auto mall property, and you see the wash up towards the top of the mat where the wash comes through. This one actually shows all the property up to the Winco store, or essentially up to that area. The Auto Mall people are trying to buy I believe it's 16 acres north of the wash. So they're hoping to have it included in here. They are also working to buy the property west of Main Street down at the south end of this. So this is what they would request that we do, that we include this area. Now, one thing, and I wasn't clear if we actually got to a consensus of it, but this also includes the 10 acres along 126th where they want to put restaurants and retail and so forth. They believe that piece in particular is critical to theirs because that will be part of the same infrastructure running through the Auto Mall. Okay, let's look at the next one now. This is the same as the previous one, except that on that north end, it cuts off right at the wash. So the additional property that they're trying to acquire from John Gust north of the wash would not be included. But this still does include property on the west side of Main Street. It also includes the 126 South Commercial. Okay, John, next one, please. Okay, this one only includes the Auto Mall property plus the 10 acres on 126. They believe that this one is the minimum of what they need. So, and probably the recommendation you would get from staff, but we wanted to show you all of what's being requested.
But Harriman Main Street is included through there, so that shouldn't be included on this unless are we requiring them to pay us back?
Say that again. I didn't hear the first little bit.
Harriman Main Street is in this drawing, and Harriman Main Street is done.
Yeah, it is done. So that would not be that would not be, well, that's city property, so there's no taxes on it, but we'd probably want to draw that. I think we'd want to draw that on the other side of Main Street.
Just obviously just technicality. Done.
Yeah. So I think this is probably closest to what you've said in the past, except for it does include the commercial on 126.
Alan, if they were to secure other property, back to that first map that they showed, there is the opportunity to at some point include those other properties in the PID.
Yeah. You could include it anytime you want to. This property that's showing right now is the one that's going to have the majority of the improvements on it. But yeah, the council can change the policy, or they can be involved in changing the governing document to include the other areas. Now,
Thank you.
the piece on the west side of Main Street, I believe they've already got options on that. The piece on the north of the wash, they are still trying to get a deal on that. It is not done at this point.
But my assumption is just based on real estate is that the pricing on the real estate is going to be different based on whether or not there's a PID on it.
Yeah,
That's
it should. If an informed buyer knows they're going to be paying higher property taxes, you would think that they would expect then a lower price on the property.
Yeah.
And we would hope the developer would give that to them if they're not doing impact fees and so forth. So,
And if there's a PID on the property, does it follow the deed? Is that recorded? And like if you go to buy that and you're closing, you can see that there's a PID on it?
yes, it will be on the deed. But just a situation, we have a special assessment area around the city hall there. And even though there's actually a form in their closing documents that tell them there's a special assessment there, we get many, many people coming in saying we didn't know it was there. You know, it's you know, you're signing a stack of papers and you go through it and you don't see every piece, but we have a lot of people that don't understand that there's an assessment on their property with a lien. I would hope that commercial buyers would actually have more sophistication than that and could would understand that, but no.
Not all.
No, I know it's not always the case, but so that's what I have. So
This is Jared. I've got a list of things, you guys. All right, if I go through a few.
yep.
Go ahead, Jared.
So kind of first off, I think one, I've kind of stated from the beginning, I personally am uncomfortable with a PID in general. When this was first brought to us a couple of months ago, the question was, is this something we might consider for the auto mall only? And would you be comfortable with us drafting a policy to look at? And it seems to have morphed into something much more than that now, and along with some kind of sense of urgency that we have to have a policy. And looking back at my notes and doing some research, and even what's been explained tonight, so we don't have to have a policy. If someone applied then and we wanted to approve one, then we could either put a policy in or just go with what the state has. But we don't need a policy. In fact, the safest thing to do would be a policy that we don't allow them. And then if a project came along that we wanted to allow, we could change it. Is that correct?
Well, you know, you don't have to approve them, even if you don't have a policy. You know, yeah, if you have a policy that says we don't approve them, that's now I don't know that there's a sense of urgency on getting it done, but I was under the impression that I was asked to put a policy together and bring it to you. So that's what I'm doing. You know, I do meet with the developer every week along with several others, and he has a sense of urgency. And partially because his underwriter is not giving him the information he feels like he needs until there appears at least an avenue to getting it done. So he's hoping to get it done so that he can move his underwriter along more.
So I apologize. That might be more of a legal question, I guess. Do we? I mean, I understand the developer's sense of it's not our job to fund a developer or bail them out if that's the case. I do have kind of the technical question from a legal standpoint. What is the safest thing for us to do? The safest thing is to have a policy that we don't allow, knowing that we can then change that policy whatever we want it to be for future. Wouldn't that be the safest thing?
Yeah, if you don't want one to come in and want total control of the process, I think that would be the case, is to have a policy that you don't do them. Now,
Part of my is, and we've seen this play out in some other instances, is that one, I guess maybe I'm uncomfortable with Harriman being kind of the guinea pig for this in Utah.
yeah,
Second one, and this is where maybe legal can weigh in, is I feel like having a policy invites applications and invites the policy to be challenged. At some point, someone is going to challenge not just the policy, but they're going to challenge the law. And at that point, if we lose that battle, then we're forced to do something. So there might be some unintended consequences of jumping in too fast when we don't need to. So if this is something that we might want to do down the road, I guess I would rather take the safest route towards that rather than jump out ahead. We were basically, my recollection in my notes, the question we were asked is this something you would consider if the developer got an auto group on board and this is what they want to do? They want to be able to tell them that the council will be comfortable doing this. And I asked specifically in that meeting, is it enough for us to have this policy that we're considering, this draft policy, without actually adopting it? That shows good faith that we're willing to consider this if it comes to fruition. And so somehow we've gotten to this point, this sense of urgency that we have to get the policy in place. And without even looking at the auto mall, we're so far away from that actually happening, especially after a conversation I had with Brett earlier today, which sounds like we'll talk about later. We're so far away. I just hesitate to take such a big step to put the policy in place when there are so many unintended consequences that could come from it.
Okay. The meeting that this came up at, I think you'll remember, I left early to go to a baseball tournament, and I just got the instruction that I was supposed to put together the policy, which I did. But you know, I think from the auto mall point of view, they've got some rush to do it. I don't know that the city really does. You know, they are a ways away from getting ready to go. You know, it's up to you whether or not you think this is going to be something that we have to do to get that moving or not. So.
Well, I think we all appreciate you putting it together, and I guess I would have to separate my questions. The first question I think is a legal one for our legal counsel to weigh in. What's the safest way to go about this? And then second, for the policy itself, as we work through it, there's several bullet points on the policy itself. I want to make sure I ask the legal question up front. What's the safest way to do this? What are some of the unintended consequences that could arise jumping out? As far as the policy itself goes, I would again voice my preference for this to be limited in scope, knowing that we can change it later. Rather it be limited to auto mall only. Change it to be broader if it's needed. It's down the road. Some of the other comments that were made, I love Clint's suggestion to add a requirement to disclose the actual cost of the infrastructure, and that there can't be any markups, etc. I think that's pretty smart. And then I've got a bunch of notes just on the kind of overall situation. The bullet points you put up earlier, that it's at city's sole discretion, it bears no liability for rejecting it. Those are important points, but then I guess another question for legal, what I foresee happening, what kind of we're seeing a little bit in some other states, is as this goes, the developers that drive this will then adjust the law to better suit what they want to accomplish. So I'm just a little nervous about some of those things. As far as the law itself, like the hurdles that are still out there, one is that this developer does not own all the land that is needed for it. The city owns a lot of land in this already, and there appears to be some issues with that agreement. And there's so many hurdles. Detroit would then have to, even if the developer found an auto group that wanted to buy it, they can't do anything unless Detroit signs off. That seems to be far out there. There would also need to be a change in the Utah law for the radius in relation to other auto dealerships. You combine all of that with the chances of a recession and a drawn out recovery. It's just, I'm having a hard time understanding so I want to separate the urgency and working through a policy that we might want to use down the road. But if we're being told we need to have a policy now, I think those are separate things.
Well, I agree with some of the things you said, the things you said there, is that, there's a lot of hurdles to be done here. We own more than half of the property in this PID area. Now, one of the things that they're going to have to resolve to make a PID work is they're going to have to buy us out. Because when you have more than half of the PID area owned by an entity that is not taxed, there's no way for them to accumulate the amount of money that they need to make it work. So they would have to somehow, whatever their resources are, they would have to be able to buy us out in order to generate the taxes. So that would have to be something. And if you were to do the PID policy, as you were then reviewing the governing document, one of the things you'd want to see is their financial policy and their credit worthiness, and which are all part of what you can review as part of that step. There are questions I have about how they're going to pull this off. But, if certainly doing a policy that we won't allow any is a stronger policy than having nothing. But, I don't know that there's an urgency other than, Larry told us this morning that he's having a hard time getting the underwriter to give him specifics of how we would move forward until we had a policy in place.
A couple of comments here, if I may. Appreciate Jared's comments, and again, I don't necessarily feel. I recognize that there may be obviously a little bit of a sense of an urgency on the part of the developer. I certainly don't feel like that should become our urgency by any means, and that we need to be deliberate and thoughtful as we go through this process. So I don't feel that we have that sense of urgency. For me, again, my recollection was that we did ask, that a draft policy be developed. And so that was the last thing, even though we still had questions about it. Our ask was for a draft policy to be developed, and now it's time for us to review that draft policy. Again, I feel no pressure to pass it immediately. I want to make sure that it's the right thing. There's obviously, as Jared pointed out, there's a couple of ways that we can go about this in terms of, kind of leading out on this or not. And I guess my perspective is probably just a little bit different than Jared's, in that we know that we have someone that is interested in wanting to be able to utilize this mechanism for their development. Now, they have hurdles to overcome long-term in the process, which Alan just outlined some of those. But honestly, for me, I would much rather, I guess, take the other side of that approach to it, and that is instead of not having a policy or having one that says that we don't approve any, even though we know that option is still there for those individuals under the state statute. That's where I would rather be, on the other side of things, having the discussions, having a policy, again, as tightly constricted as we need it to be off the get-go, knowing that we can change that moving forward. But again, I think that would be my approach, really, or my desire would be to err on the side of caution, that we are going to have a request and we are interested in seeing this area be able to develop. Now, granted, I completely agree with Jared. There's a lot of hurdles still to overcome to get ultimately where we want to see this particular property be in the development of it. But I think that the developer, at least knowing that is a potential option for them to continue to move down that road for development, and to be able to get, basically shovel-ready developable plots in that area, which requires all the infrastructure. That's where I would lean more to the other side of saying, let's continue to look at the policy, to craft it the way that we need it to be, to put all the checks in place, some of which we've talked about tonight, and know that we have something in place because we know that we are going to get that request. And I appreciate the fact that we've had a couple of sets of legal eyes, including Chase, to look at this and to give us a few more recommendations on it. So like I say, that's just my thoughts after Jared's comments, which I appreciated as well.
Well, and I fully agree that, and have all along, that we want to look at the draft policy and see if there's something that we think might fit. What I want to get some answers to from legal, from our new attorney, is an actual opinion on best way forward. And then second, and then look at the policy itself. And if we want to be restrictive, let's be restrictive. I mean, to include commercial, retail, consumer services, and civic amenities, that's really broad that just about anybody other than residential can apply for. And if we get into an issue down the road where law has changed and it's not our sole discretion or the law is challenged, and we've allowed it for someone else, that could be a big problem down the road. I mean, one other quick comment in my notes regarding the affordability piece, a little bit off the subject regarding the residential, but I think we're all in agreement that we would never consider this for any residential development. Regarding the developer community seems to want to do away with impact fees, and it's this beating of the drum of be more affordable. If you remember, about 18 months ago, Stags and I were asked to be on kind of an informal impact fee task force pretty quickly because it was pretty.
Jared, you're breaking up pretty bad, just so that you're aware. I have a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, there might be too many people unmuted. There's nothing in the room. But the affordability thing.
Hey guys, I'm going to bounce off. Maybe that will help with Jared. I'm going to jump onto my other call right now.
Thank you, Sherry. We'll see you in a few.
Okay. I just want to touch on the impact fee issue and affordability. What we saw happen when the school districts could no longer charge impact fees, home prices did not drop in relation to that. The prices stayed the same, the developer's profit margin increased, and the cost of the infrastructure simply goes on the taxpayers' backs. As Alan pointed out, when there's a financial incentive to do something, it's human nature, you do that. If the going rate for a home is $400,000 and you do away with impact fees of $10,000, that price isn't going to go down to $390. It's going to be at $400 because that's what the market will pay. And then the homeowner simply is paying the cost of the infrastructure in the form of taxes later. So the whole affordability argument to me is kind of a false one. But this is a potential tool to use in this situation for the auto mall. I would definitely prefer to keep it as auto mall only. And as the situation develops through all those hurdles, if there are compelling reasons that it makes sense for us to broaden it, then maybe we'll look at broadening it. But as far as evaluating this policy, I would definitely like to see it just restricted to auto mall for now. Put in the requirement to disclose the actual costs and no markups are allowed. Be as tight with it as we possibly can. And then we can look at making adjustments in the future. That's the thing, is we can always change things later. But I think our idea from the beginning in even considering a policy was to be as restrictive as possible.
Yeah, just my 2 cents on this would be, I really appreciate the comments both Jared and Clint made. I think you guys are good about this process the same way I am. Very careful, kind of considerate, really looking at this where we don't want to be the guinea pigs. I think the biggest thing is, what are the things that we're not seeing, and we just don't know those yet. So we want to be careful of that. That being said, I guess I would put it this way. I don't necessarily think there's anything really wrong or problematic with the policy that's been drafted. I think largely it addresses most of the concerns that we've voiced so far. I don't think there would be any necessarily detriment or harm to the city by adopting that policy at, kind of how it's been even drafted right now. I do want to make sure that we're as limiting as we can. I like the exhibit that's on the page right now, as far as the area that it would cover. I guess the trump cards here are the fact that just because we have the policy doesn't mean we have to approve one. And even if we did approve one, we still have the ability to create substantially more hurdles or requirements than are written into the policy as it is written right now, based on those recommendations from Chase that Alan showed earlier. So I don't know that PIDs are as big as a boogeyman as they've kind of been made out to be. I do think there's legitimate and reasonable applications for this as a mechanism for financing, public infrastructure. I think there's debates to be made of whether it's the best way or not. That's another discussion to have. But all in all, I do see why the developer wants to make this a part of their package. And honestly, I think if having a policy assists them in getting additional information, especially from the bond underwriter, that would, I guess, quantify some of the questions we have, especially my big questions are about what the debt service levels would be kind of per unit or overall. And then I have a huge question about what happens in the case of default by one or more of the property owners in the PID. Is it just their parcel or their subsection of the PID that is, subject to foreclosure or repossession by the bond company, or is the entire PID now subject to foreclosure because one person defaulted? And that's not clear yet. I don't even necessarily needs to be clear as part of the policy, but it's still an outstanding question. So for what it's worth at this point, I'm not necessarily opposed to moving forward with a policy, but I'm definitely have some serious questions about whether or not we could move forward with any kind of governing documents at this point.
Okay, Steve, just a couple of questions or answers to things you just said. Okay, the developer is looking to get $8 million off of the PID. That's their expected bond that they're looking to get. Now, making a lot of assumptions, assuming that they're going to have 3 or 4 years of capitalized interest as part of this, and I've met with Zions Bank about it. They've given me an interest rate, which these type of bonds are between 5 and 6%, so considerably higher than what we would do. They're looking at, and that's on a 30-year bond, which is what they're hoping to do. It's 720 roughly, based on my assumptions, per year. So it's pretty high. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Now, as far as, if someone doesn't pay their taxes, the bonding company, the bond will be with the district, not with individual property owners. The district will hold the bond. The bonding company's recourse will be against property taxes, not against the property. So they could, whoever holds title to the property has to pay their property taxes, or someone else takes ownership of it. So that's where that would come in, is they have a claim on the property taxes as they're collected.
I have a question on that one, if I may.
Okay.
So one of my concerns is down the road, right? This this is all tentative. If we go down this road and say this developer folds, goes under, doesn't purchase all of our property, we've already done the PID, and we're trying to market the property to another property owner, they're going to have to pay those back taxes, correct?
Yes. Yeah. How, that kind of depends on the state of the development at that time, what's been paid, if there's enough to service a debt or whatever, but the landowners will be the ones looked to for that. Now, our property doesn't have property taxes on it, so they actually, to me, would have to cash us out in order to generate enough taxes to do what they want to do. So, we will have to go through I think, a pretty intense evaluation of their financial ability going in. We need to know that their plan has got a pretty high likelihood that it can succeed. What is the source of your money? How is it available to you? What has to happen for you to get it? We'll have to look at their entire financial plan to make sure that we would move forward and actually give them a PID in the area. Right now, we're only saying we would consider one in this area that's on the map, but their governing document, in my thinking, has to be include enough to give us a very clear understanding of their finances.
All right, so my thoughts
Just
on
one,
this.
one comment, David, if I may, before you say that, I just want to answer Jared's specific question. One thing about that too is that not only would they have to pay the back taxes should they want to come in and buy it, but they would hopefully be buying a property that is now has all the improvements in. And so there is a trade-off, right? Yes, there would be some back taxes that would have to be paid on any property that you would be acquiring, but you'd be acquiring fully improved, which would make it perhaps more marketable as well. So just consider that there's some trade-offs there. Not sure one is right or wrong, but just for consideration purposes there.
Yeah, from a business perspective, earlier you'd hope that the price would offset.
Exactly.
But what frequently happens in a situation like that is that land lays dormant because it's encumbered, and surrounding land gets developed first. It's competitive.
So my thoughts on this, as we were looking at this, I look at these as kind of two separate things almost as Jared was saying. We're looking at a policy, and a policy, I think, in this case is intended to guide those individuals that are looking to come and make a request. As we currently have an individual or a developer who is looking to make a request to the city, I think that the best course of action for us this time is to try to lay down some guidelines and some help onto what we would expect as we go through this process. Instead of just leaving that out for the state guidelines or just a flat out no, I'd like to say, well, if we are willing to consider this, these are the minimum expectations that we would need to be able to even consider it. And so for me, looking at a policy is let's put this in place so that as we start to have a discussion with an interested individual, group, that we have some of those policies in place and some of those guidelines so that it's clear this was our intent as we started that. I kind of do agree with, with maybe, Jared and the fact that I think that there might be some room for some language on it being the auto mall specifically. I'd be comfortable with maybe changing the language slightly to say, that this would be for areas of auto mall and attached commercial or retail or directly related commercial or retail. I think that would maybe shore up some of that language for us, as the intent of what we're trying to show is that this is all for this basically one area. And so for me, having that, I could see making some adjustment to that language to help with that guiding policy. With that being said, I also think that the law was written, and I, as much as we would like to predict the future, we can't. And so based on the laws that are currently before us and the options that we have on the table, I think our best course of action now is to set up a policy with those restrictions and make adjustments as necessary. I mean, we have that ability, we have that option, and I don't think that we're going to put ourselves in a position where we don't have those options moving forward. That would be a surprising change if we all of a sudden didn't have any control, especially since we're currently the landowners for a big portion of this. So that would be my 2 cents on this, is that I think we should look at this as a guiding, as a guide to those who might be interested in using this, and that this is our intent. This is what we want to see, and this is why we're putting policy in place, not because we are in any way looking to approve a specific PID, but more because as we know people are going to start approaching us with them, we want to give as much guideline and guidance in advance so that we get the products that we're looking for. That's my thoughts as we look through this. But I also think there is some, I think there's some valid concerns on all sides of this conversation.
I would suggest that we, instead of trying to describe the property, we actually put a map. Now, the one that's on the screen now is just the auto mall plus the 10 acres at the front. But if we were to say, as you said, and adjoining developments, the same developer has that chunk on the west. They're trying to get the piece on the north. I would think that instead of saying it that way, we would want to readdress those at that time rather than including adjoining properties right now. My suggestion.
And I'm fine with that. I mean, I think the intent is to be clear that this is what we're looking for, this specific area, not really anything else. And so I don't have any problem coming back and saying, you get the property and want to include it. Okay, bring it in the discussion and we'll look at it. I don't think there's anything that would prevent somebody from doing that when, if and when that comes. I'm happy to consider it, but that would be after the fact.
I agree. I think the map is a very, it doesn't put into any question the area that you're referring to with regards to, the 10 acres on the front. I certainly recognize our initial discussions were really limited or in scope as we first talked about it to the auto mall, and appreciate Jared's comments, taking us back to that. I guess I'm open to the map that we see here and including that 10 acres, just because I realize that they are essentially all part of the same development. All of that infrastructure will tie together. And so that's why I think I would be open to that right now. And again, support really the map idea, and in particular, the map that's on the screen right now. One last comment that I have, just kind of in terms of the whole discussion here, is I think one of the other things or other ways that I've kind of looked at the use of a PID is I look at our CDAs and our CRAs and all of those other acronyms that they keep changing it to all over the city, and and there's benefit from those, but yet those aren't always things that I'm happy that the city's in the middle of all the time, or necessarily like to have to use. Again, as a really a funding mechanism to help you generally repay for infrastructure costs. I think one of the potential positives of a potential PID in the future is, again, provided that, and there's still a lot of ifs here, again, a lot of questions that we still have to answer. But one of the potential things that I do see is that it takes the city out of the middle of a CDA, CRA, and that whole financing mechanism, tax increment, all of those other things that we struggle with in a lot of the other areas of the city from time to time. And in some cases, it takes the city completely out of that, and it makes it really us that just has to approve, but we don't have that financial piece of it potentially in the middle of it. And to me, I think that that's something that, again, I don't love our CDAs and CRAs, although I see the value in them and utilizing them. I don't think that they always perform necessarily like we anticipate or hope that they will. And those are always challenges. And this may be, a potential way to look at not having to deal with those in the future as well. But there's always going to be some mechanism out there to help try and bring these costs down. And I don't think from a city standpoint, we're ever going to be in love with any one of them, fully and completely. But whatever we can do to help minimize the overall risk to the city, I'm in favor of exploring. So
That is one thing that another benefit, we didn't mention it earlier, but the bond is done by the district. It is not a bond that's in any way guaranteed by the city. So you can get infrastructure built without actually having the debt that's associated with it. So.
Yeah, agree. And like I said, there's some things about that are attractive to me.
Any final comments or questions by the council on this item before we move on? Okay, we will move on to item 2.2, review of the general plan and zoning amendment proposal for 118th South Master Development Agreement. Michael.
Good evening. I'm trying to turn on my camera here. So my purpose tonight is to report to you what happened at Planning Commission last week, to see if the council has any questions, and also to ask the council where you would like this project to move forward next. We can have another work session, maybe focusing on the MDA itself. We can have a work session combined with scheduling it for action on the same night, or we can just do the work session. So we'll see where the council would like to go after this update. So as the council may know, last week the Planning Commission did have a public hearing on the general plan amendment and the rezone. And looks like I am not able to advance this, John. Are you able to advance this for me? Thank you. Timeline, which you've seen before, you can see at the very bottom of the list, we had our Planning Commission public hearing. And the hearing was closed, and the commission did make recommendations on both of these legislative matters. Next slide. One thing to be aware of, the acreages involved have been changing a little bit. And it's not really because there's been a change in approach to development, but this is undeveloped property, and the applicant has used a couple of different survey companies, and I think we've just had different survey responses. We've been trying to verify their surveys, and I think we have finally got this settled to where we have an accurate legal description for these properties. But needless to say, it's about 26 acres, and there's essentially 3 parcels involved, 2 of which are the subject of the general plan and the rezone, and the one in the middle, of course, is the open space that the developer is proposing to donate to the city in the development agreement. Next slide. Again, the general plan, the subject property has 3 different general plan designations on it currently. You can see that on the left, and then on the right, it is all zoned A1. Next slide. This is just kind of a simple land use map that's been attached to the proposed development agreement. Again, on the north end, we're looking at an office area. The middle is, originally they were calling it a park, but it will be left in its current state. There will be no further improvements to the property. The property owner did work with the city to grant an easement for some trail connections, which were recently built. There's a bridge in this area now. And so they've been very cooperative with the city in helping us get that part of the project done. And then, of course, down to the south is the storage area, personal storage area, and recreational vehicle storage area. Next slide. So 10.07 acres of commercial is the general plan amendment. And then the southern piece is light industrial business park, which is about 11.14 acres. Next slide. Oh, I think we skipped one. And here's the zoning again, C2 on the north and M1 on the south. Now, the Planning Commission, in making their recommendation on the zoning amendment, they agreed to a proposal to have zoning conditions on the M1 zone, which limited the use to indoor storage and outdoor storage of recreational vehicles only. There was also a proposal to add a zoning condition to restrict building height. The M1 zone currently does not have a maximum building height. And in the C2 zone, I believe we can go up to 45 feet. And so on the M1 zone, the commission recommended the same zoning condition. Council can fully amend that. That's just a recommendation from the Planning Commission. There was some discussion by the applicant before the meeting that they may even accept a single-story height restriction, perhaps even 15 feet. So I think that's very malleable right now. We did have a lot of public comment. We received 6 individual emails that were read into the record as part of the public hearing process. Those 6 emails contained about 25 or so different kind of comments. When I grouped them together, they were about 15 topics. The comment that received the most concern was the open space itself. Some individuals wanted the property just altogether to be left open space as is. Some were hoping that maybe the open space would be even a little bit larger than what is being proposed. The second kind of hot topic was generation of traffic from this project, primarily from the office park. And then again, height. There were concerns about height and that impact on privacy in the residential neighborhood. Okay, next slide. Again, this is showing a little more detail of the proposed land use. In addition to the previous zoning conditions that I mentioned, there was another zoning condition on the C2 zone where the commission is recommending that we restrict land uses to just professional office space. The C2 zone, of course, has a variety of commercial services and commercial retail. But if it really is the goal of the city to encourage this as an office park, it was their recommendation that we also limit uses here to just professional office. There was one email comment we received from a resident who suggested perhaps we even just zone it office professional, which is one of our zones. And that is something I think we would like to analyze. And we haven't talked with the applicant about that approach. The applicant was participant, did attend the public hearing, and they are aware of what the Planning Commission's recommendations were, but we haven't had a follow-up meeting since that public hearing. So I don't know how they feel about the zoning conditions that the Planning Commission are recommending. But anyway, here we've got the north office area. This plan is indicating that they're proposing to keep the existing vinyl fence. One of the comments that came up during the meeting is we traditionally, by ordinance, require that we have some type of precast or masonry wall that separates residential neighborhoods from commercial. And so although the existing fence could remain initially, once this north office area is being developed, we would need to discuss, what is the appropriate fencing, what are the restrictions, requirements of the city code at that time, which I'm assuming will be some type of a masonry wall along that property line. The property owner or the developer is proposing to relocate an existing service road and move that further to the west, as you can see by this blue line, the city access road to be relocated. And that road would double as access to the office park, as well as continuing to provide utility access for the city for maintenance. And then there's also an additional landscape buffer and asphalt trail that they're proposing to build in this area. Next slide. One of the other things that we asked the developer to indicate to us is where the outdoor storage would be located and where the indoor storage would be located. And the location of the outdoor storage is largely coinciding with areas that are already encumbered by utilities. So we do have overhead utility lines running through this property. However, that is actually in this section of the project. It is actually over that little tot lot, a little bit to the east of this site or the right of this map. The power companies preserve their own utility power corridor, but what is running through this property is a high pressure gas line below grade. And so with that, there comes a number of restrictions that essentially we can't build structures on top of this natural gas line. And so that is the area that the developer is proposing to have the outdoor storage for the recreational vehicles. And again, the indoor storage. So that is, again, the land use that's very consistent with what you've seen in the past. We are anticipating that we will need to make a few tweaks to the development agreement based on the Planning Commission's recommendations, some public comment. The last time we brought this to the City Council, the staff memo that I had published contained a number of comments from myself and also from Blake Thomas, our Community Development Director. The applicant agreed that they would accept those small changes to the MDA. We still haven't done that work yet. So there will be a slight revision to the MDA by the time you see this again. So with that said, is it the direction of the City Council that you would like, I'm presuming you would like to have another meeting, probably to focus squarely on the MDA itself. And then would you also want to have this on for action on the same meeting? Or do you want to split those two into two different meetings with the City Council?
You know,
Anyway, that's the direction I'm looking for from the council tonight.
yeah, in all honesty, in my opinion, I think that waiting or that doing it on two separate nights would probably be the better option, just for making sure that we're, giving this the look that it needs. And so I'm totally comfortable seeing this again for the MDA at our next work meeting, and then maybe the following meeting, depending on how that goes, seeing it for action. But I wouldn't want to see those on the same night.
And again, the next time you see this, I'll include all the public comments. I'll have a summary of, I just couldn't include them in the packet, of course, because our meeting was Thursday night with the Planning Commission, and I had to write my report before the Planning Commission meeting could occur. But I'll make sure you have all that information in your next packet.
Do any members of the council feel differently?
Yeah, I agree. I would like, again, a chance to review everything from the Planning Commission, as well as the updates, and a chance for legal to really come over that MDA agreement and focus on that on our next work meeting.
Agreed.
Okay, sounds like you've got your direction.
Yeah.
Do you need anything else from us, Michael?
That's it. I forgot to mention, we did receive a 6-0 recommendation from the Planning Commission. I think in general, they felt like this was a good use of the property. They understood that we had a little more work to do, and we want to make sure we're trying to listen to the residents and address their concerns as well as we can, while balancing their interests with the property owner interest. But it did have a very strong recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Okay. All right, thank you, Michael. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to item 2.3, infrastructure funding for East Harriman discussion. Blake.
Let me get myself off mute before I start talking too much. All right, so we've been working together, Alan and I, working with the developers in the area to go through the CDA items, basically the area budget. I think in the document that has been put together, I've got a copy of it right here. It is the project area budget analysis is what they call it inside that document. Alan coordinated with Zions Bank to get that budget analysis updated and re-reviewed. And then I have been going through the infrastructure, what's been done, how much money has been spent by the developer in that area. So Alan will start off and provide the background on the Zions Bank analysis, and then I'll step back in and go over the infrastructure.
as we were looking at this whole project, we were looking to see, you know, if there was more money available in there, what we could do, you know, and like Blake says, he's been going through. One of the things we've found as we've been going through it is that there are numerous things that are on the expense list where we've already paid for them through impact fees. So Blake's been going through a pretty extensive analysis to figure out what's where, what should be included in the CDA and so forth. But in doing that also, we had Zions Bank do an evaluation of our potential income using Wasatch South's projection of when they would build things and what the value would be and so forth. So we had a full evaluation done by Susie over at Zions Bank, and the results turned out to be pretty well what we had calculated ourselves. It appears that John's not finding my other slide, and it's only a single slide, but when we had them look at this, we had them go through, like I say, they took all of John's calculations of when he would build things, estimate of what those values would be, and give us a new estimate. And I'll just give you the numbers, give you a recap, because that apparently isn't going to come up. But using that calculation, they went through and did a full analysis of the revenue potential. And their calculation was that before the caps that are on the school and the county, that the total amount would be $42,348,000. After the caps, we would actually be able to receive $39,663,000. So that's within $500,000 of what we projected the last time, except it's the wrong way. They're projecting actually less revenue available than what we had calculated. So because they went through it, they have done a full new analysis of it, and they're projecting that the revenue is not going to be as high as what we had originally thought. So as we go through this now, the thing that Blake's looking at is if there's any leeway in the expenditure side, what's been paid and what hasn't. So with that, I'll let Blake take over.
Quick question, Alan. On the
Yes.
part you said, is the difference largely due to the clock has been started and nothing's been coming out of the ground, so we've lost that revenue?
Well, that certainly would be part of it. But, you know, yeah, that would probably be upwards of $1.5 million or $2 million because of that. But both the county and the school district put, we didn't have a choice. We had to do it in the year. The county, as I remember, told us it either had to be in 17 or 18. And I believe the school district, as I remember, was only 18. We didn't have a choice in their agreements of when we started it. But certainly, the longer you can push that off and the more you can get built, the more you get. However, with caps on the county and on the school district, which are our biggest ones, we're getting everything that we would have gotten from those anyhow. So it's just a matter of timing.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll just talk a little bit about the infrastructure review that I've been completing. So Rosecrest delivered to Alan some of their documentation, and the documentation included contracts, change orders, things that had happened for their infrastructure improvements. The improvements, I took them, mapped them into GIS, and that way I was able to break them into projects because they identify them with a project ID. And so I broke them into 5 categories. There's road improvements, storm drain, culinary water, secondary water, and sanitary sewer. And so these are the maps that I created. So the first one shows the road infrastructure improvements, and it shows what's existing, what's partially complete, and what's not complete yet. And so once I had that information, then I had to go through the contract that Rosecrest had put together. So we haven't received from Rosecrest actual invoices. Just keep that in mind. We've only received the contracts that were executed for these improvements. And so as I go through some of these, if you look up at on that map, Rosecrest Road shown, for example, that road was constructed as part of the Meadows Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, and Phase 4 projects. And part of Sentinel Ridge Boulevard was constructed that way too. So I've got these contracts that show all of these improvements for the subdivisions, including these roads. Rosecrest kind of circled in the contract what was included on the road, what wasn't. I've been going through and trying to add things up. Some of them, they've circled the quantities and said only 50% of these quantities are for that road and the others not. So it's been quite the process trying to nail down what's been spent on the roads. And I haven't even gotten to the point where I can start verifying if the quantities are correct or not. The Rosecrest has also helped us out quite a bit with providing GIS data. And the key projects that they've submitted their information on are Sentinel Ridge Boulevard. And that Sentinel Ridge, the contracts they sent us are for the roadway from the south edge of the high school property down to the north edge of the RSL property. So Rosecrest did build all that road. They did put all that infrastructure in. They did have a cost. I'm just trying to determine if the cost that they've submitted to me is accurate. And from what I'm seeing so far, everything's fair. Everything looks great. But I've only been able to go through the water, culinary and secondary water and sewer with great detail. I haven't been able to hit the roadway. It's the most complicated because it has a lot of components to it. And the storm drain, we're working through that too, but it's got a lot of cross-country storm drain that runs outside of roadways, so they're even a little bit more complicated. The next project they submitted information on was Juniper Crest East, and so we know that now is Real Vista, but that one, they built part of that a few years ago. So if you go out there now, you can see the asphalt's narrow. We just had a pre-construction meeting to build it to its full width on Monday this week. So that one's even more interesting. There's a portion of it that we've spent for some infrastructure improvements with water and sewer and storm drain, and they're partially spent, and we need to go through and figure out what needs to still be spent on this contract for what's getting built now out there to make it to its ultimate condition. Juniper Crest West, that's everything of Juniper Crest that's west of Mountain View Corridor. You can see there's a portion of that that's complete, and a lot of that, again, was done with subdivisions, so it's tied in with other work on those contracts. It's very, very complicated, tedious, sifting through information. I feel like I'm for a lost ring in a snowbank on some of this stuff. And then let's see, I got another project here, Rosecrest Road. So Rosecrest Road from Mountain View down to Sentinel Ridge, they've submitted on that one. And the other one, I don't know if I can slide this screen down, but if we can slide down, Jonathan, to a couple slides below. guess just the one page below. Okay. Well, I'll just try to talk through it while we're sliding that down. But there's a lot of utility improvement projects that are outside of roadway improvements, is what they're calling them. So one of them is the 4000 West Sewer. It runs down what we call Bruin View Drive, and then yeah, that'll be good right there, just a storm drain one. And there's some other storm drain projects that run cross country. There's one down south of Real Vista, the south side of Pod 39. That one's called the Pod 52 offsite storm drain. There's some sewer, some other things that are just, they've submitted things on them and they've been pretty consistent about the information they've submitted, but it hasn't been actual invoices. So we're doing our best to piece everything together. Just to give an idea, the one that I have the most handle on, I talked with the sewer district because one of my concerns was that possibly the developer put the utility, some of the sewer pipe in, and that the sewer district did some of the pipe. I wanted to make sure the sewer district didn't install it or reimburse the developer for doing it, so they weren't getting paid twice. Sewer district confirmed that the developer did pay for all of the sewer improvements that were shown on the sewer map. And the total cost of all the sewer that's been installed in that area is $2.1 million. So they've installed $2.1 million of sewer improvements to support CDA, and that's about right in line with their estimates. So if the sewer is an indicator of what's to be estimated, Rosecrest has done a pretty good job on their estimations. I have noticed that there are some storm drain improvements that we didn't really originally anticipate, but they are in there. They do support the CDA. And so the guiding document for the CDA leaves enough to interpretation in there that we can add and take out infrastructure projects as long as they're related to roads and storm drain, water and whatnot. And so we'll be working through that over the next couple of weeks, trying to nail that down and request a little more information on some of these items. Some final thoughts I've had as I'm going through this is just to keep in mind that after reviewing things, if there's additions to infrastructure improvements that are outside of these standard utility projects, I do believe that needs to go back to the county and the governing entities to approve those things. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And then I have noticed that there have been some infrastructure improvements that have been done in the CDA area that were included in the project map that we have reimbursement agreements for, that we're going to reimburse the developer with impact fees. So that'll offset and free up some of the CDA funds. That's essentially the purpose of this adventure here, is to determine how much of those funds are available there for possibly other infrastructure improvements in the area. So we're working towards getting an answer there. And I think it's a little premature to give any estimation on numbers, but that's my report at this time. There's a little more information needed, and it's sifting. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have at this time.
Blake, this is Jared. I think you just said it. I think the central question is impact fees versus CDA. In our community development meeting last month, and in that phone call we had with Wasatch and Rosecrest, that was kind of where we arrived at, was the infrastructure was budgeted at like 65 million, and the CDA everything was right around the 40 million. Confirmed that the 40 is about right. The infrastructure is the 65. We're both kind of all along. Impact fees going to be used to make up the difference, if not more so. We want to do as much impact fees as possible to then free up the CD to do other things, and that's kind of the central question at this point. What do we have left to collect from impact fees from this area to meet those obligations? And then how much of the CDA will be left to look at other? Did I say that confusingly enough?
There was a little breaking up, but I think I got the idea of what you're asking. And so if you look at impact fee collection properties that are still eligible for impact fees, there's an area we call Belvea, just south of 40th West. Some of that area, well, let me double check here, look at my map. That's actually outside of the CDA area, but we will collect impact fees from that area. There is a reimbursement agreement in place with them already because they need to build Bruin View Drive down to their development, which is a capital facility road. So we'll see if they have enough impact fee to go additional or above what they have to install. And
I think
then
that's part of the confusion, wasn't it? Is that the Rosecrest area that we're collecting impact fees and using to pay some of this is outside of the CDA. They're not one and the same, right?
Yeah, so the CDA analysis portion is fairly straightforward because it's a small area. But as soon as we start talking impact fees, we've got collection areas with like storm drain. We've got citywide with transportation, but we also have reimbursement agreements floating out there with a handful of different developers for roads that have been built, because some of these improvements that Rosecrest has done, they've sold off to people like Edge Homes or Vertical Construction, and they've installed the improvements. And so they have a reimbursement agreement with us for non-CDA infrastructure improvements. So yeah, as soon as you get the impact fees, it gets a little more complicated, but that's what we're doing. That's what we're working through. It's taking a little bit longer than I'd hoped. I thought it would be pretty straightforward, but I've found the information is difficult to dig through and time consuming.
One thing, Jared, is most of our impact fees are not area specific. They're citywide, and there's certain projects that have to be done. So, we have to look at the whole city and see what the impact fees are left and what projects are left. You can't do it just by a specific area for most of them. If we add projects to our impact fee repayment that weren't there originally, if the revenue changes, we may have to take something out to add something in, because these are, like I say, most of them are not specific to a certain area. So as he's looking at impact fees, he's looking at the whole city on most of them to see where we're at with them.
Alan, I'm going to ask a question pretty direct here that I'm hoping you can answer. My understanding is that the impact fees that are generally collected are insufficient to cover the cost of all of the infrastructure in a particular development. Is that correct?
All of the infrastructure in a particular development does not qualify for impact fees, for one, unless they're a specific type of road or a pursuit.
Sure, but I guess my point would be that if there's a road that's supposed to be paid for with impact fees, the impact fees collected on the properties in that area are generally not sufficient to actually cover the cost of the construction of that road. Is that correct?
That's a hard, I'm not sure that's correct, but there are a list of projects in the whole city that are determined to be necessary for new growth. Those go in there, and they may be heavier in one area than in another area. So you look at the total growth coming, plus all of the new growth projects, and it's just a simple calculation of, for each new unit of growth, it's a ratio of the total. So it's never even calculated on a per development basis.
And I understand. So this is the question I'm trying to get to. If these impact fees are kind of, some of them are development specific, but a lot of them are not. So they go into a big bucket and can be used for projects all over the city based on need, timing, urgency, whatever criteria we want to use there. My question is there a point at which development ceases in the city? We're not doing any more building. We're not doing anything else new. And there's no more impact fee revenue coming into the city, where there would still be things that need to be paid for and not enough fees to pay for them. Is this essentially kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, and eventually there's a place where we just run out of money and we can't cover it?
Well, you know, the impact fee studies look at 5-year increments generally. So they're looking at the growth in the next 5 years, and they're looking at what infrastructure needs to be in the next 5 years. And they generally, that's the way they calculate it. They don't look out and say, this is what has to be done by build out, and this is what we expect in people to build out. It's done in smaller increments than that.
Okay.
Sometimes they do it in 2 or 3 years, but ours have typically been 5 or maybe a little longer. But you know, we're looking at increments of time because first of all, we're only allowed to hold the impact fees for 6 years. So you generally don't see anyone calculating it longer than that, but there certainly could be cost left at the end. And generally impact fees come in after the fact. We generally have to build before we have the impact fees that are meant to build a certain infrastructure. So you know, right now, $1.5 million a year of our road impact fee goes to pay bonding on roads that we've already built, some of them many, many years ago.
And I appreciate that. I'm speaking from a place of ignorance because these are questions I'm trying to get my head wrapped around. I know other people are trying to answer these questions as well. And so there's this, you know, let's just narrow that scope down and apply it to just this Rosecrest area. The question is that essentially, you know, what Jared was just saying, do we have enough money between impact fees and or the CDA revenue that could be generated to cover the full reimbursement of these improvements that have been done? Sounds like there's not going to be a lot of extra, and I'm just kind of reading between the lines here. Is that fair?
Well, I think that we'll be close, but again, when you look at impact fee studies, they never look at a specific area. So
Sure.
say the Juniper Crest Road on the other side of Mountain View Corridor was a much bigger road than all of the ones around it. That area certainly isn't going to cover it. Things have to come from all over the city to cover those road improvements. So, you know, that's what I'm saying is we can't just look at a micro look at that just CDA area and say, what are the impact fees from that? And what are the CDA fees, because it just doesn't work like that. It covers the whole city. What are we going to collect in new growth impact fees from the entire city? And these are the roads that we're going to have to build with it. So, you know, it's never specific to an area. And if I think if we went and said, okay, let's take all of the impact fees from a certain area and use them all right in that area, you would run way short in some areas, and some areas would be extra just because of the way it's structured.
And maybe this is a conversation to have more offline, one-on-one, but I'd like to get a better understanding of how those impact fees are being assessed, collected, and distributed what are those criteria a little bit so that I can kind of wrap my head around how this is working. So
Well, as far as
set
the
up
way
a time
it's-
to do that offline.
As far as the way it's distributed, we have a list of all of the projects that are in the impact fee analysis. And between engineering and they bring the projects to you, they've been prioritized, and we're taking those impact fee projects just in priority order. So, you know, when I get to budget time, if I can afford the first 5 items on the budget, on the priority list, that's what goes into the budget. You know, we strictly go on a priority basis.
I think
Fair enough.
Alan, I think we're at kind of where we're going with this particular project. Is there any leftover CDA money to pursue, say, a parking garage? That question is dependent on the impact fee picture. And I think in 5 years of doing this, I understand what you just described is the budgeting process. That's what we're going through right now. All right. And it's year to year. What did we collect? What's available to put toward what priorities? What I keep thinking about is our conversation last week with the new attorney, which doesn't look like he's on, but he made the comment that we need to evaluate our obligations. And I think I made the comment in the last meeting regarding the Mountain Ridge MDA. In all these MDAs, we're committing to reimburse them with impact fees. It just says that. It doesn't quantify it. It doesn't put it, an amount or a limit or a cap based on, that 5-year study that was done. We just say we're going to reimburse it. And so I think at least that's my concern in regards to Steve's question is, okay, long-term, are we going to end up with a shortage because we've just made kind of these blanket obligations in regards to this particular CDA Rosecrest area. I think I understand at this point we have to look at the whole city. It's not just the Rosecrest impact fees, right? Fees have been collected. Right. They've been used to pay for other priority projects. So we have to look at our capacity to collect impact fees in general and that priority list, right? So the questions might be a little bit unfair because it comes back to us of telling you what the priorities are. But we kind of do that assessment of we've made all of these agreements. What are our obligations? What can we agree to going forward? Because these NDAs and the asks from the developers will keep coming and we say yes, anticipating there will be money there.
I think the easy answer to that is that when the impact fees are imposed, there is exactly the amount of impact fees in there to build exactly the projects that are identified in it. So the only way you have extra money from impact fees to go to something else is if you take it off the list, you collect more than is anticipated, or you spend less than anticipated, because they actually go through a study and say, these are the projects you can spend with that impact fee. Nothing else can be bought with it, okay? And they calculate based on that exactly the amount of money you need to collect per household based on the best estimate of growth. And those numbers should match exactly. So the thing comes down to if impact fees go to anything that's not on that list and you don't, and you collect exactly what it's projected, then you're going to run short somewhere else. You can't take that money and use it somewhere else. Now, so the question is, can we reimburse enough impact fees in the CDA area that leaves you enough CDA money to build a parking structure or whatever you want to build? That's going to have to be an evaluation of the whole city to see, are we growing at the rate that we have been? These impact fee studies take about a year to go from start to finish with all the engineering that goes into it. all the financial that goes into it. Okay, Blake's trying to recreate that whole process now in a matter of a couple of weeks, and I know he can do it. But you know, that's what he's looking at, is he's having to look at it to say, is the growth exceeding what we projected? Is it less than we projected? Are the costs of the construction more or less? Because again, when that was done, the estimate was that the cost would be exactly what we collect. It doesn't anticipate any extra one way or another. So if our costs go up in the 5 years, we're going to come up short. If our growth goes more than projected, we might come up a little long. But we've got to look at the whole city to see if that's even possible.
Alan, how do we cover that shortage if it exists?
Well, right now, we are, like I say, redoing our impact fee studies every 5-6 years. There's one being done right now, and it's getting real close to finished on roads. I believe on parks. They're moving along on some new ones right now. They will take a new look at those projects that qualify for the impact fees, see what's undone. They look at what funds we've already collected. They go through the whole process of looking where we're at in relation to those projects, where we're at in relation of new projects that have to be done, and what's happening with our population. So that's in the process right now with both parks and roads and water.
So just making sure then, and again, I appreciate the education here. I think this is good conversation to have for everyone's sake here. When the impact fee analysis is redone, if we have excess, then the impact fees assessed over the next 5 years may be a little bit less. And that if somehow we have a shortage based on inflationary costs or whatever, the impact fees assessed over the next 5 years might be a little bit higher. Is that correct?
That is true. The whole basis of impact fees is that the new people pay for the cost of the new improvements that are generated because of what they did. You're not supposed to put any of that tax burden on the residents who already exist.
Understood.
Now, if a council chooses not to impose the entire impact fee, which has happened at times in the past, or they, you know, then you're going to come up short. But that does get looked at. In fact, this morning, just today, I got a call from one of our consultants who wanted to know what our balance is on our road impact fees as of today, so that they could plug that into the calculations they're doing. So they're looking at what we already have. They look at what our reimbursement agreements are. They look at what projects are done or not done. And it may be that the engineering part, the capital facilities part of the impact fees might determine that there is something new that wasn't anticipated on the previous one. Or they might look at it and say one road or whatever that was anticipated isn't needed anymore. So there's 3 steps to it. They start out with a capital facilities plan, which looks at what your needs are, and then it looks at population growth and all of the things. So it goes through an engineering review of where you're at, and then you move to the steps of looking at how that relates financially to what's been collected, what's assessed on the impact fees. So.
Well, Alan, thank you once again for reminding me that I don't want Blake's job. Thank you.
We will be bringing a transportation master plan to you here very shortly. We're like Alan said, we're wrapping it up. We've got the master plan, the impact fee facilities plan, and the impact fee analysis all getting ready to go. So you should hear that in about a month from now. And so that'll be a good revisitation. One other thing I did want to point out is that as we go out and seek out funding, if we have good relationships with our friends in the legislature and our friends at Wasatch Front Regional Council, anytime we get funding from the STIP funding or any of those other things like that, we can offset some of those impact fees. So we really welcome funds from the state to help that out, because we know we're going to be short on roads because the whole fee was not adopted the last time it was adopted. And so we knew we were going to be short, so it put the pressure on us to go out and seek outside funding.
All right, thank you very much. We guys appreciate all your time and effort and all the work that you guys are doing. And we look forward to seeing that come in a future meeting. With that, we'll move on to item 2.4, which is our city manager updates. Do we not have any city manager updates? Hold on, he's coming back on.
We do have updates for you. Okay, we're good now. I will actually, if you want to, I will turn on my camera.
So we can see your time.
Maybe, if John LaFolle lets me. Okay, maybe not. Anyway, we'll get on with it because it's not going to be me talking most of the time anyway. We've been kicking this antibiotic test around for a while now, and we was first approached by other cities to join that endeavor to order tests to have people tested. And what's interesting about it is we've been looking at other studies that are being done and the value in them. We've been questioning about should we invest those dollars. I know that we've actually got an invoice now hanging out there. We haven't committed to the city yet because I wanted to update the council and get new direction from you. But you know, we went from 1,000 kits down to 500 kits at this time, and still the cost, even though they upped the cost a little bit, it's around $29,000 for 500 kits. And what's shocking about that, the 1,000 kits was going to cost over $50,000. So we're just wondering, is this where we want to spend our money? The whole cabinet people talked on this Monday. I reached out to Unified Fire and Riley Pilgrim, Chief Pilgrim's on right now, and asked them what they thought, and plus other things we're hearing from the University of Utah and things. We just don't feel confident in the test right now. It's going to bring us back some valuable tool for us to test our people, and to all it tells us they have that antibiotic or they don't. And so Chief Pilgrim, you want to talk for a moment about some of the process you've gone through and tell, still the swab is the best test out there. And like Troy said today, I'll poke at him, he's out there listening. We have those UV towers in the building to disinfect things, and they asked us today, Johnson did, if they want to buy them. Well, if we're doing this for a year or two, disinfecting things, that's a better value, spending dollars to disinfect things. So that Chief Pilgrim, I don't sound very optimistic about it right now. I'm sorry, but there's cities actually was going to go do it and they've dropped off, and there's still cities going to do it. But I do not want to go spend this money until I get further direction.
Yeah, so Brett, if you don't mind, I can share some of the insight that we've discovered, and kind of two lanes. I'll go down the disinfectant one first, since you kind of shared that. We've been using the UV lights kind of reluctantly at first. We had those a few years ago, and we got a little concerned with them because they're very easily misused in terms of if you don't use the right PPE or handle the lights just the right way, it's really easy for somebody to get injured, especially eye injuries with the UV lights. So we actually brought the UV lights back. We got some pretty strict protocols on how those are implemented, and we're using those in our stations, ambulance, in our bedrooms at the stations. And we got pretty strict procedures, and we've done a lot of research on those as far as the proper way of using them, make sure that shadowing isn't occurring. Because where the light doesn't hit off, so you won't get disinfected. But they're proven to be extremely reliable. And there's even places where they've come down to the point where they're running low on PPE that they've created decon containers, basically, where they put these lights in there, they hang up their masks, and they rotate the lights around the mask. So that it's a great method as far as the decontamination goes. You just want to be extremely careful. But we definitely are using those ourselves. As far as antibody testing goes, this has been a pretty interesting topic for us. We have a lot of our employees who work with other agencies, both hospital-based, EMS-based. They have spouses who work in those lines, those areas as well. And there's such a variety of opinions on antibody testing. And we're getting peppered pretty hard internally with questions on why aren't we doing this? Should we be doing this? What are the benefits? Why not? Everyone else is doing this. And so we definitely are interested in it. We haven't said no to it, but we are currently not pursuing it. And there's a few reasons behind our reasoning. First and foremost is we've done a lot of consultation with our medical staff. So at the University of Utah, who does our occupational medicine, with IHC, who does a huge amount of antibody testing for patients, only in specific cases for employees. And based off of their feedback, they feel like the antibody test is still so new that it doesn't present a value to us other than, yeah, you got it or you didn't. And what that means is you had antibodies, which likely means you had obviously the coronavirus. Their concerns for us is it's a time thing. A lot of times it takes anywhere from 2 weeks to 35 days for antibodies to actually develop in the body. And so if you get tested too soon, it's going to be negative. It also has a tendency to give a false positive, where people may test positive, but actually not have had the antibodies because just the tests are so new. There's a lot of challenges there, and there's such a variety of tests that it's hard to narrow down which ones are accurate. What we're hearing is one that the ARUP is using. The U of U's got it, and most healthcare facilities, ones that they're implementing, are pretty accurate. And the doctors we've talked to have a high amount of confidence in their accuracy. But again, even the doctor said, so you tested positive, now what? You have the antibodies, what does that mean? And there's so much unknown there as well. There's a lot unknown about the immunity. There's a lot of assumptions, and there's a lot of accuracy that once you have it, you will be immune, but how long is that? How long does that last? How long does it take? And so they don't want to put a lot of certainty on that. And so what they've told us is if you want to use antibody testing, it's a really good way to trace the virus, trace how it's gone through your organization or through your city or through your wherever you're trying to use for scientific purposes. But in terms of reopening essential services or saying, yeah, your employees are safe, or yeah, you've had this, it's just not a good measurement. And even if you were to do that, what does that mean? You put the people who test positive in the high risk positions. What do you do with that data once you have it? And so organizationally, we just feel like until the tests are more valid, there's more certainty in them and more reliability, we're going to hold off. Plus, we've had one person in our organization test positive, and there's always that thing of asymptomatic carriers, but even the statistics show that's really low, and the testing shows that's really low. So the U of U says they have 1,000 tests ready for our organization, but our doctors not recommending us using them right now because it's just too new, it's too preliminary, and they just don't feel like the value to the organization would be worth the cost. We could identify probably the 1% or less in our department who may have antibodies based off statistics. That's all we're using there. And they just feel like, so once you identify that, what do you do with it? And so I think there's a lot of value in the testing. I think if you're tracing epidemiology and where this has been and how it's been transmitted to other people, tons of value. But in terms of our organization, we just don't know that we're there yet, and we don't have a concern internally. Now, if people want to go get tested on their own, we're obviously going to encourage that, and if they want to do it, that's fine. So the other thing he recommended, obviously, the nasal swab that they're doing to diagnose COVID, extremely accurate, pretty much 100% accuracy. And he says those they rely on completely, but the antibody testing are still just not putting a lot of confidence in that. So that's why we're kind of holding off. Now, once the fall comes, and there's potential for a secondary outbreak or this doesn't end, there may be some more urgency for us to start considering antibody testing, but by then they'll have more studies done on immunity, how long the antibodies last, what that means. There may even be a vaccine at that point where you can test the vaccine versus the immunity. And that was the other thing he mentioned is we don't know what immunity means yet. You know, with hepatitis B, for example, they can measure the amount of antibodies in your blood and determine if you're immune or not, or if you need to be revaccinated. With this, it's still so new that doesn't exist. So you may have the antibodies, but they don't know what the level of antibodies is that to equal immunity. So until we have that data, we're going to hang tight. And then once we can have some of that, assurance that those tests will give us what we need, I think we'll definitely pursue them. But for us, we're probably looking at a $25,000 price tag to test our entire organization as well. And we're looking at anywhere from 450 to 600 tests. And so that's why at this time we're going to wait and see what the future holds. But doesn't mean no, it just means we're not doing it today. So, but we have some really good research. We have some pretty good documentation. We got a lot of stuff backing it up. We just did a podcast actually with IHC yesterday, and that's going to be coming available here pretty soon, which I can share with the council. And the doctor did a really good job at not taking a side, but just really articulating the facts behind testing. And so we found a lot of value in that, which I think a lot of people would find pretty interesting. And then just as a side note, the Tribune actually published an article today, which is called The Coronavirus and Immunity and What the Tests Mean. And so if you look at the Tribune article today on the coronavirus immunity, it's a pretty good A to Z explanation of the testing, which I think most people would find pretty educational. So that's where we're at. I don't know if you have any other questions off of that, Brett, or anyone, but just definitely curious on what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I'll just make a few more thoughts. I'm sure Clint wants to chime in because he has a passion about trying to get people tested, and I like the idea of the ability. The thing is, I asked the rep, and I won't mention his name, but he does live in Harriman, but I asked him a question. If we do test and someone has an antibody, are we going to change anything organizational wise in here on our safety measures? No, we would not change a thing. So I'm trying to really boil down, and maybe Clint can bring something to the why is this valuable to us versus statistics. I can tell you this, we've had a few scares with our employees, have been around some people that's had COVID, but we haven't had any employee to date or their families get it. We've had, like I said, a few scares. We had some people tested for it because they were running fevers and such. But I can tell council right now, all 200 of our employees are negative on COVID right to this, well, as of this morning. It could be changing, but I feel very confident about what we took in place, but protect our employees. And if I knew a person had antibodies, I would not change what I'm going to do today, protect the rest of the employees. And so I'd like Clinton to have a comment or two because I know he's highly involved in this as well.
Well, I appreciate all the information. Riley, appreciate you giving up your perspective and the information. And obviously, as we look at what to do as a city and where to potentially invest some money, the main thing we need to do is that it's, whatever we decide to do, it's done wisely and it's done for the right reasons and we get the right results out of it. The initial idea and invite for our city to participate obviously was a few weeks ago. It's when I think testing capabilities were a little more limited than they currently are today. And we've moved from a red to an orange status in that same time frame. So I think the initial idea and push behind the invite to participate in that testing process, again, was to create another avenue for testing and for data. The data is what's extremely important in this whole equation, and having accurate data for the state to have as part of their database and to analyze and to help them try the best that they can to predict, what path we're on as a state, and use that to guide their decisions of, again, what status we're at and whether we're in a position to start opening up or not. So that was the initial push. And again, some of the circumstances have certainly changed since we first entered into this discussion. To the point on the antibody test, again, that's why I sent out the couple of the emails I did with the attachments and the links associated, is so that the council had all of that information to understand really what concerns that were out there still with the antibody testing, what we were going to do with that data, and how we were going to use it. So one of the questions I have for you, Riley, is you guys have, from your organization, have went through and looked at the options. You mentioned obviously everyone relies really on the nasal swabbing to be the most accurate test right now. Did you have any look or any discussions on the saliva-based test, which is now again another option that's out there, and some other entities are looking at that as well? And going back to our initial look, again, the price point has changed. And that was, again, sent to you guys to know that price point had changed, because the one test that the group was initially looking at purchasing under an EAU had changed. So they went to a US-based company for that antibody tests. That obviously changed the price. The lab that was looking at doing it had become CLIA certified. So they were following all of the recommendations, obviously, to have credible data used in that test, but the price point changed, and now it's up in the same neighborhood as the saliva-based test, which is not an antibody test, but it's actually a current diagnosis test that's out there. So Riley, have you guys looked into that avenue as well?
Yeah, and the discussion we had with IHC yesterday, I wish I could remember the doctor's name. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's Dr. Staham. He's an antibody specialist for IHC. He suggested if we were to go down that route, obviously, like I said, the nasal swab is good for a diagnostic tool that you have COVID. But for the antibody piece, he said the most reliable test they're finding is literally the blood tube. So not even like the finger prick. It's basically like you go in there, you get your blood drawn, and then they can run a way more thorough profile on your blood. And so that's the test that they're recommending to us if we were to pursue this. I think that's one the ARUP is doing. He kind of discouraged the cassette testing, which is basically the diabetic poke the finger. He just says it's not quite, they just don't feel like the reliability is there. And so they advised us if we were to go down that route to go through the full blood testing, which is a blood draw and a little more intensive analysis of what you have, which will take a little more time and probably cost obviously a little bit more. But that was if he said if we were going to go down the route of testing, that was what IHC is doing for all their patients and what they'd recommend for us. He just felt like what you said, Clint, is there's so many of these that came on the market. They came out there so fast that a lot of the ones that people are relying on just don't have the reliability or credibility. And these ones that they're identifying now, they feel very comfortable with. So I think for us, we have confidence in the test accuracy. We just don't have confidence in what do we do with it once we get the results. And I'm with you on that. I think statewide it's an extremely important data set because they can track antibodies and who's had this and when it's time to go from red to orange to yellow. So you got to have that discussion, right? I think for us organizationally, we've landed in a spot for now. And he told us too, there's really not a lot of interest in us because we've had one actual test positive out of several hundred. He's like, even your data set organizationally for scientific studies would be not of much value. Like if you had like 50 employees who had it, game on, right? And then there's a lot of interest in how that transmitted throughout your organization. So that's kind of the direction that conversation went. But he definitely had concerns with just the initial onslaught of testing, and it was kind of a lot of hype and a lot of interest and a lot of just unknowns at that time. And so they've done a lot of good research that we have placed some confidence in.
Good. Yeah, again, going back to the early parts of this whole discussion, I think the other city leaders were looking at an avenue to provide some confidence basically back in their citizenry as they tried to work towards opening businesses back up. clearly we're beyond that initial thought, that initial step currently, where we've moved to the orange status as a state. And it sounds like, they may start dividing up areas of the state and allowing others maybe even to move into the yellow, based on the data for those individual areas. So again, I think that initial push to provide some confidence in our own citizenry to allow us to open up, I think we've moved beyond that. I think what we really just need to decide now is, again, do we think that there's any value as a city to pursue this, and again, to make it available to either our residents or some of the citizenry? I don't know that that necessarily exists today. The other question I have, Brett, for you is in terms of the city's health insurance. What is our health insurance provider? What options do they have for our employees if they want to go or feel the need to go get tested in terms of any coverage there? I know there's some insurance providers out there that are covering that for them, some that aren't, but where do we land with the city's provider?
We've had some discussion with them about that, and right now they're actually just going to get tested and they'll weigh that out at their own process on their own deductible and stuff, but they have not said they will pay for it. I think they want to make sure they have the signs of it before they'll approve the test, and then they will pay for it. But here again, I think they're liable upon the deductible. That's not great news, I know. But my recommendation to council on this item, so we get maybe squeeze in the next two items quickly, so we get to our general meeting, is I'd like to hold on this right now. I just don't feel confidence that we're going to get data, but even some of the stories I've read and the podcasts and the doctors, they've even tested the same people 3 times and got different results every time. That doesn't build confidence in the test. So even if we doing the test for data purposes, so we know what's going on, and then offer to the other 3 kits to our residents, so they need to take this antibiotic test, it's just not on solid footing right now. I don't feel confident to spend money without having a good return back to us. I think I'd like to investigate more on the saliva test that's still being worked out, and it's actually being worked here locally in the state of Utah. As Clinton knows, some of their local officials in the area have been very engaged in that process. I would recommend at this point, put a pause to spending $29,000 and collect more data and come back to you in 2 weeks.
So when you come back in 2 weeks, you'd mentioned that we're looking at the possibility of what equipment we might need for decontamination here in this building, and you mentioned the lights. Could you bring us also a breakdown of what we might be looking at that, so that we can start considering that in this decision? Obviously, the health of our employees is the reason that we're doing all of this, and the health of our residents. And so I think that should be part of this discussion as we're looking at it, is where else could those dollars be spent to make effective decisions for our residents. So if we just next time you'd have that information for us as well, we'd appreciate it.
We will do that. We've actually have numbers out there already. Here again, are we going to have these UV towers for more of a longer time? Kind of like the pandemic's here to stay. It's going to be part of our environment. As it peaks up and then valleys again, we will have to be able to do our decontamination, particularly with our masks and stuff we're doing in that room with, and make sure we're cooking all the decontaminants out of them. And then we're still quarantining all of our mail and packages come in for the 4 to 7 days, make sure there's no contaminants on them before they get opened. So we're taking a lot of steps in that process. And here again, we have other things coming up that we probably need to spend some money on. I just don't feel like we're there yet on this item. I'm glad actually we've kind of delayed it, because there's a lot of information. It's fluid, it's changing. Even though, like Clint said, the changes was out of the United States coming in here locally. Now it's coming in Utah. It's getting better, but it's not quite there for me to feel confident. When I get some doctors, a pool of doctors telling me that, yeah, this is a good thing, we'll probably jump on board. Is that okay with council?
Yeah. No, I think as a council, is for us to at least have the consideration. I appreciate the council's consideration since I was the one that initially brought it up. But I think as long as we just really continue to have discussions about what are the best options for our city, just like Brett said, our interest is in keeping our employees safe. So that was my whole intent. So I'm good to hold off.
He nods and we'll just move forward with that. I just want to tell you that, it's not our employees. If this was a really good thing, I would be jumping on board and coming to council and says, yeah, let's get our residents lined up. Let's have them carpool up and then line up and get them tested. If we could actually really do that to keep our community safe. So we'll bring you back something. So the other items I had, and I need to say this, appreciate Chief Program coming on. Dom, Chief Burchett had a family thing to attend to tonight that he couldn't get away. He had to play dad and husband tonight, and we want him to do that because of things going on. But he actually prepared for this. He was trying to make it, just didn't work out. So I'm glad that Chief Program jumped in. He's willing to. So you always got two chiefs out there ready to jump in. That's great. I do want to talk about, depends on what the governor does and decides the next few days. I thought we'd hear more now. Maybe Wendy can talk about it in just a minute. But we've gone from red to orange. There's a lot of talk about going to yellow. I'm letting the council know at this time, if the governor decides to go to yellow, we have already been prepared to make those steps that will probably soft open the city hall again and open up the customer service area and the building department and engineering and all that, probably a few days after they launch out, make sure we're on solid ground. We can protect our employees, we can protect the public. We have our stickers on the ground, so there's space requirements as they come in the building and all those things. So I'll let you know, we'll still, and even in yellow, we'll still do, be cautious on having meetings inside the building here, make sure we can keep the social distancing even under yellow and those things. I'll keep you informed as that rolls out. But I'm trying to get through it. I'm talking fast. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to keep your meetings so you can actually go to bed before midnight, right? So I want Wendy to chime in. I want her to cover the fireworks salute and Black Ridge and the things she's actually put together if we have time to cram all that in.
I don't think we have time, Brett. I've got a pretty long list to go over, and I think Black Ridge is probably going to take a lot of time and discussion.
Black Ridge will take hours, right?
No. So I would recommend we go ahead and get into the general meeting, and if everyone's okay with that, and then come back. I hate to do that, but I do have a lot, and I'm sure that Chief and Tammy do as well.
Well, we're going to blame you, Wendy, and say it's like,
That's fine.
So what Wendy was really saying is she has a lot of detail and she likes giving you the details so you understand what's going on out there. And we may be able to talk to you a little bit about the high school graduations too, and the team's working towards that for the high schools in our area.
okay, with that, I will accept a motion to temporarily adjourn our work meeting and go into our general meeting.
So moved.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will begin our work meeting in 5 minutes. So it's 7:35. Our general meeting in 5 minutes. All right, I'd like to welcome everybody out to our general meeting for May 13th, 2020. Councilman Henderson, are you still with us? Okay, so currently it does look like we have a quorum with Councilman Smith, Councilman Shields, and myself. So we will go ahead and get started. The first item on our agenda is Pledge of Allegiance, which I will lead. So if everyone would please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us in the pledge. We will move on to item 4.2, City Council comments and recognitions. Do we have any comments or recognitions by members of the council present?
I just want to, again, commend our staff, our city administration for their work, their dedication through this crazy COVID time that we're all experiencing. It's posed us with a set of circumstances that none of us have ever really experienced, but the way that they've been able to ensure that our city business continues, that our residents still have access to the resources that they need, the services they need. I just want to tell our staff how much it is recognized and appreciated.
Steve? Nope. You're
I
muted.
would
So
share Clint's comments. I've been really impressed by the level of professionalism, communication our staff has shown. They maintain a great attitude, and with all the stuff that's on their shoulders, the fact that they're still smiling and laughing and having a good time is appreciated. Those are now my favorite things, by the way, too. I didn't get one while I was there today, but anyway, thanks everyone for all you're doing. Great job. It is noticed and it is appreciated, all that you're doing. Thank you.
So I'm just modeling the mask that our staff has created with the Yeti, showing that they're maintaining their social distance. So I just wanted to once again appreciate their efforts as well as we go through this process. But yes, our staff is working to make sure that they maintain their social distance. And as we look to moving towards possibly in the future, one day opening city council or city hall, we appreciate those efforts and look forward to continuing to support them with it. With that, we will move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. Public comment for this meeting will be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the city council may submit a comment by email, by emailing the recorder emailing recorder@harriman.org, or by visiting harriman.org/agendas and minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting to submit your comments. Your statement will be read into the public record. As of this time, we have not received any public comments for this meeting. However, I will still open the public comment, and there will be a slight delay in the electronic process to ensure that everyone gets a moment to submit a comment if they'd like one. So we will go ahead and open that public comment here at this time. All right, I've been indicated by staff that we don't have any public comment at this time, so I will go ahead and close the public comment portion of this particular meeting. City Council board and committee reports. Okay, seeing no City Council board and committee reports, we will move on to the public hearing portion of our meeting. Item 7.1 is a public hearing to discuss the proposal to vacate portions of an unimproved trail access near the end of a cul-de-sac named Harriman View Cove. Blake.
Okay, I'll give them a minute to, oh, there's the presentation. There it is. So this is an item that we discussed at our last city council meeting in a work meeting about vacating a trail up at Fort Harriman Cove subdivision. Can we go to the next slide, please? So just to refresh everyone's memory, there are 4 trail accesses that exist in this subdivision, represented by locations A, B, C, and D on the attached map. Location E was a proposed trail location when the subdivision was approved. The subdivision was approved in 2007. So just to put it into perspective, Mountain View Corridor didn't exist. Rose Basin wasn't part of Harriman, and the whole southeast portion of Harriman at that time was Bluffdale, not Harriman. So likewise, there were very few trails in the area. So they were kind of predicting where trails might go when they were doing the subdivision and making sure that there would be access at that time. One other thing to consider, you can see the existing trail along the south end. I did a quick analysis on it to see from the end of the trail access at location E to the existing trail on the side hill, there's an elevation difference of about 400 feet. And as the crow flies, it's about 900 feet from one point to the other. So you'd either have to have a lot of switchbacks right across the face of the mountain that's very visible to the city, or just use one of the other trail accesses and not cut up the side hill to make a trail access work from E to the existing trail. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is a zoomed in area of the plat for that subdivision that shows the trail location. We flipped north to the right, so it's a little confusing if you're not paying attention to which way is north from the last exhibit to this one. But just some of the limitations, I just wanted to point those out, is that the trail width is not adequate. The slope across from one lot to the other is pretty significant. So this trail would require retaining walls, and to put the walls in and fit the trail in, you'd be too narrow for a trail access to really work. It'd end up being 4 or 5 feet, and with a wall on one side and a wall on the other. The trail, like I said earlier, would require significant construction to get up to the existing trail on the side hill, and it would put a scar across the mountain that everybody could see. And the last is this is a private cul-de-sac up at the very end on a narrow local road. And so if we put a trail here, it does have the possibility of creating a busy trailhead for the residents that own lots in this area at the end of that cul-de-sac, that they'd have to worry about people parking up there at all hours of the day accessing the trail. And so because of those reasons and everything else that I just mentioned, the staff recommends that this parcel be vacated at this time. So this one is on for public hearing, so be happy to answer any questions you have now or after then.
Do we have any questions from the council members that are present? I'd like to just for the record show that Councilwoman Orrin has joined us from her previous meeting. We welcome her. And just to ask, is Councilman Henderson still not with us?
I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. So we have all members of the council here and present now. So do you guys have any questions regarding this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll move forward to the public hearing portion of this item, and we will open that. Once again, please note that there will be a slight delay as we ensure that we don't have any requests for public hearing from our staff. So we'll go ahead and open that at this time. All right, staff has confirmed that we have no public hearing request this time, so I will accept a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Smith and a second from Councilwoman Orrin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It appears to be unanimous. Any further discussion by the council on this item? That's my understanding. We're not taking action on this item. We are simply just holding a public hearing. So with that, we will move on to our consent agenda, which is item 8, and I will accept a motion for the consent agenda.
Can I ask one quick question before we move on to approval of consent agenda?
Sure.
Just for Brett, I didn't see any, but were there any changes to the fireworks map that's part of the consent agenda? I couldn't notice any, but I just wanted to make sure.
There was no change. There was no changes, but we did have Dom, Chief Burchett, and Riley, because his experience out here as well, review the map again and relook at those areas. I know we have residents in certain areas that feel strongly about allowing them to do fireworks, but we talked a lot about some of the same areas. We had a spark from a grinder last year and put Midas Creek on fire last year. We're still want to be cautious on that. Chief Pilgrim is online. To make comment to validate that. We feel confident where we're at. And as things are starting to dry a little bit early, and you saw Midway, I think we're going to have a high burn year this year.
Yeah, no, I agree. Caution definitely is the best approach here. Like I say, I just wanted to verify whether there was any changes I was not seeing. I am concerned about the fire season as well, especially I think there's going to be a propensity for more personal fireworks use this year, with many of the cities canceling their own celebrations due to COVID and social distancing issues. So I think the more precaution we can take at this time, the better. So thanks for that answer.
Okay. So with that, I accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make it. Go ahead, Sherry.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
I will second.
All right, a motion, a second. All in favor? No, I'm sorry. Jarrett,
Yes.
Clint,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Sherry,
Yes.
and I will vote yes. That motion passes. All right, item 9.1, discussion consideration of a resolution to approve the tentative fiscal year 2020-2021 Harriman City budget and the amended fiscal year 2019-2020 Harriman City budget. A request to schedule a public hearing on May 27th, 2020. Alan Ray.
Okay, as you just said, this is approval of the budget. This is not adoption of the budget. This means that we will be, if you approve it, we make it available to the public so that they can see it. So this is approving it. So far, we have not published it to the public. So once you approve it, that essentially says you're at least comfortable enough for it to go out to the public. Once we do that, then we approve the budget, or we have the public hearing, which would be scheduled for the 27th. Adoption, and which is actually what makes it part of our law, is the 10th of June. Earlier, there were some proposals in the legislature to extend the date of adoption because of COVID. Those were all denied by the legislature. They voted them all down, said you can get them all done on time. So they've given us no extension. So it needs to be adopted no later than June 20th. June 10th being our last council meeting before that date. So as we talk about this, though, I just kind of want to update you a little bit. We have so far been very pleased with the way our revenue is coming. As we talked last month, our revenue that we collected in April for the February sales was up, as you would expect, because February wasn't hit too hard. We received yesterday estimates from the state regarding our money we expect to get this year. They've put a huge disclaimer on it of, it could change, but if the numbers hold that they gave us as an estimate yesterday, it would be a substantial increase over what we did last year. So, we're waiting to see that. We'll know for sure in the next week and a half. But at this point, it seems to be very encouraging what we're seeing. Remember, the April or the May sales will be what happened in March. What we get in May are the sales from March. And the estimates so far from the state look really good. So, we propose that we move forward with the budget as done. And just keep in mind that any changes you might want to do to it can happen anytime up until we adopt it. And then once you adopt it, you can amend it anytime you want by holding a public hearing. So, we feel pretty confident with where we're at right now. We're watching it every day to see what's happening. Building permits are doing very well, along with, as I mentioned, our sales tax, which are our two primary. So feeling pretty confident about it at this point.
All right, thank you. Council, do you have any questions or concerns at this time? Okay, if there are not any questions or concerns, I would accept, or any comments, I'd be happy to accept a motion at this point.
I have a comment, Mayor. Just want to let you know, and I said this to you all on the phone today. Alan, I'm going to look at you a little bit. Me and you spend a lot of time together during these rough times. We're just not seeing indicators like other cities are anticipating. Like Alan said, we kind of feel like, Alan, you want to go on mute? The indicators we're seeing are not like we're hearing from other neighboring cities. There's some rough times for those cities out. We've always been built a little differently. Last month we talked about the budget. We talked about, last time we had a recession, Harriman fared better. We talked and we kind of smiled about our drive-up restaurants have done well. Our grocery stores have done well. And then our population has grown, but they're also shopping online a little bit more too, and that helps us too. So all those things are helping us out to be in a more positive swing. And what Alan, reason they're projecting the numbers, even taking some consideration what the COVID's doing to the state, they show us up. I think it's a lot to do with anticipated what our population growth has happened. And if we get that accurate, we talked about, we probably will sustain this wave of recession better than a lot of communities in the area. So we feel confident in the budget. Like I said, we will stay on top of it. If we feel any trending changing, we'll be right back to you and make some precautions to make some cuts where needed.
One other thing that will also help us is that June is the month that they actually change our population estimates. So we ought to get a pretty good bump just from the new population estimates in June. It usually amounts to, 7 to 12%, depending on what their estimate are, but we will see a bump in our sales tax, sales tax and also our BNC road funds because of population starting in June.
Thank you. I would just take this opportunity to remind any residents that may be watching or paying attention that this is an excellent time to remember that we are in the middle of our census and that those census numbers do affect our budget because it does affect how much money we get from the state for our portion of the sales tax. And so I would just remind any residents who have not yet filled out their census to go. You can do that online or you can give them a call. Please get that done, because that makes a big difference to our city budget.
Great comment, Mayor. I will tell you this, we actually rated 91 in the state, way down in the census. We thought our residents would be we thought we were more engaged, but they're not doing the census. And that's really alarming to us, because if our residents don't understand, and we've done a lot of publicity on this on our web and on Facebook, they don't understand by them not doing the census, it hurts us getting B and C road monies. It hurts us on our taxes. It hurts us on everything. And I can't tell you enough, if they lack doing that, they hurt their own selves out of their own pocketbook. So I hope they wake up. I was kind of embarrassed because neighboring cities around us was quite high in the top 20 and 30, and we were back to 91. That was actually embarrassing for as much effort we was put out there. We even talked about putting people out on the street corner with signs to get them to do the census. We're getting a little desperate. I didn't like seeing that number that low. So thank Mayor for bringing that up.
We can get more bump from our revenues by getting the census done than about anything else we can do.
Thank you. Any other comments by the council before we make a motion on this? Okay, with that, I will accept a motion on the budget.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion on item 9.1. Motion to approve resolution number 2020-17. Resolution acknowledging receipt of a tentative budget and tentatively adopting the tentative budget pursuant to the requirements of the Utah Code annotated 10-6-111 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021, and the revised budget for fiscal year 2019 to 2020, and request to schedule a public hearing on May 27th, 2020 for formal adoption on June 10th, 2020.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Steve,
Yes.
Jerry,
Yes.
Jared,
Yes.
Clint,
Yes.
and I will vote yes. That tentative budget has passed. Again, this is a reminder that this is tentative. This is not the final adoption, and we will see this again at our next meeting. Moving on to item 9.2, discussion and consideration of an ordinance declaring 2 right-of-way parcels adjacent to Mountain View Corridor and Real Vista Drive as surplus, establishing that the property was obtained by abstraction pursuant to code Utah annotated pursuant to Utah Code annotated 10-9A-508 line 4, but the property be first offered without receiving additional consideration to the person who granted the property to the city. John.
Okay, I described this several stage dance to you at the last council meeting, and this is the first stage of the dance. So at the end of the day, if you approve this, the property will be quit claim to one of Rosecrest entities. My understanding, Rosecrest entities and Wasatch has entered into an arrangement to transfer that property to Wasatch. And then we will amend the subdivision plat to take it off, and we'll give UDOT notice of that subdivision plat amendment. It's kind of a complicated process, but that's the only way we could figure out to get it done.
Do we have an image of the property that's in question?
It's a yellow portion. This is off one of the pod 35. It's the yellow portion. Then there's another pod, and it's adjacent to Mountain View Corridor.
And so just to remind the public, I know we've talked about this before, this was land that was dedicated or deeded to the city in regards to Mountain View Corridor that is no longer needed. And so we're going through this process to basically give up our rights to that property since it was not something that's needed for that land. Is that correct?
Yeah, technically we're saying it was obtained by an exaction, basically, and it will then be offered back to the party that made it to the city, and that would be Rosecrest.
So we took it from a landowner and now we're giving it back because we don't need it.
Exactly.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that the public is clear as to why this is different than maybe some of our other processes that we've done before. This is because we want to make sure that we are making whole the entity that we extracted this from in the first place. Any questions from the council on this item? Okay, if there are no questions, I'll accept a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-16, declaring 2 right-of-way parcels adjacent to Mountain View Corridor and Real Vista Drive, Utah as surplus, establishing that the property was obtained by exaction and pursuant to Utah Code annotated 10-9A-508, 4, that the property be first offered without receiving additional consideration to the person who granted the property to the city.
I'll second that motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Clint,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Sherry,
Yes.
Jared,
Yes.
and I will vote yes, that motion passes. We will now move on to item 9.3, discussion and consideration of a resolution making an exception to the business license renewal. Heather.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is a resolution we discussed with you at your last council meeting. This is part of the Economic Development Program to help our local businesses through the financial hardships they may be experiencing due to COVID. So this resolution would waive the business license renewal fee for existing businesses for a year. The fiscal impact of this resolution would be approximately $70,000. Do you have any questions of me?
Thanks for your work, Heather.
Thanks, Clint.
I know you and Sandra have been doing a tremendous amount of work with our local businesses during this time. It's noticed, it's much appreciated. I've received a ton of very positive comments of the efforts that the city has gone through to continue to support and sustain our local businesses. And again, I think as we've talked about this, anything that we can do as a city, again, to help support them. This isn't, again, you just mentioned it's $70,000 overall. To some, that's a big number in the overall scheme of the city budget. Is something we felt like that we could tolerate, obviously, and try and give something back to our businesses, or at least show them that we are here to doing what we can to support them. And I think it's very important that we continue to do so. But thank you for all of your efforts on this.
Thank you.
I'm in agreement with Clint, as I think that this is a, not only are we appreciate the efforts and they're very visible, but I think that as a council, we feel very much so that the small effort, the small impact that this will have on us as a city could have substantial impacts on some of our small businesses, particularly our home businesses. And so we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to help our residents protect their livelihood and help protect those businesses as best we can. And this is a small way that we can do that. So I appreciate those comments from Councilman Smith. Any other comments before I accept a motion? Okay, I'll accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number R18-2020, temporarily suspending business license renewal fees for a period beginning May 1st, 2020 and ending April 30th, 2021.
I'll second that
Go ahead.
I have a motion from Clint and a second from Stephen. Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
And I will vote yes, that motion passes. We will continue on the economic development trend with item 9.4, discussion and consideration for the Harriman City Shop Around and Economic Development Program. Tammy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am continuing the economic development discussions. Economic development and consideration for our businesses has definitely been heavy on our minds as of late. Our current situation has left businesses looking for relief until life can get back to normal, whenever that may be. John, if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide. So Obviously, the pandemic has had a major impact on businesses across the board. Orders and directives under the red phase had restrictions that left several businesses needing to close their doors because they could not perform the business that they did, or because they had to make significant modifications that they just weren't prepared to do at the time. It put a strain not only on the businesses, but on the consumers as well. Let's move to the next slide. So, as noted in the previous agenda item, the city has been working hard to assist our businesses through this difficult time. We loosened our sign restrictions to assist our businesses with allowing signage to be put on their storefronts in A-frames or on banners to let the public know that they're still open, what services they provide, what their new hours are. We also did the Yeti Business Spotlight. So each week we selected a new business. We posted about that business each week, and the businesses just rotated through on a weekly basis as new businesses, well, not new businesses, but as businesses were able to reopen, they were just added into that rotation. We held our virtual lunch with leaders, letting the businesses speak with council members, with bank representatives, with a representative for the federal government, and with the Chamber of Commerce, so that they could discuss their concerns and hear about the programs that are available to them. We also have been holding a welcome back party. This started last week as we went to phase orange. We were able to provide banners and balloons. Well, it was actually A-frames and balloons to put in front of businesses and then spotlight them on social media to let everybody know that they're welcome to come and celebrate these businesses being able to reopen. And it's funny because the program was only supposed to run for about a week. And when Sandra went to gather all of the A-frames at the end of the week last week, she was flagged down by business owners saying, wait, could we just have them out for another week? They've been really helpful. People know that we're back open. And they were very appreciative of the city's efforts. And as noted by Councilman Smith, Sandra and Heather have done a great job at keeping in contact with all of our businesses on a regular basis, making sure that they know about all of the programs that are available to them. And of course, we just discussed the business license renewal fee waiver. And in addition to that, go ahead and move forward, John, to the next slide. In the last city council meeting, we also discussed an event we wanted to host called the Harriman City Shop Around. And this is in continued support of our businesses. We developed an economic development event that would serve as a local business stimulus opportunity. It would assist businesses in looking for relief as they do their best to work through this situation until things can get back to normal. Next slide. So this is how the program would lay out. It would introduce Harriman Bucks. Harriman Bucks in the form of like a gift card or a business card would be sent out to each household in Harriman. It would be in the amount of $10, and it would be able to be used for or towards a purchase of $20 at any participating business. At the conclusion of the time frame that's been set, the businesses would then be able to submit those cards back to the city for a reimbursement on those $10 amounts. Next slide. So I worked with Alan on what the financial impacts could potentially be. Alan has mentioned that he feels like this is doable with our current budget and should not place too much of a hardship on the city. Our taxpayers pay taxes that come to the city, so we're basically giving them $10 back so that they can invest it into the city. So it would be about $110,000 to $190,000 That's based off of 11,000 utility accounts and households. So there is some fluctuation in there because of HOAs. They don't necessarily have utility accounts, so they would be mailed out their $10 card.
Is that assuming that every card is used?
And that's assuming every card is used. And then it would generate a minimum of $2,500 in sales tax. But that again is if every card was used and only used on the minimum purchase amount. Now, it's highly likely that it's going to be used on purchases that are, grocery shopping. It can even be used on landscaping. It can be used on things that are well beyond $20. And then, of course, the biggest benefit of it is that it stimulates the local economy as businesses reopen and as the community begins to venture out. It's very similar to the event that we held with the Shop Local program, where we gave the punch cards and residents could go around to all of the businesses and have the cards punched and get rewards from that. So it's very similar. It's just that they don't have to go to a lot of businesses. All they have to do is visit one business. Next slide. So the value objective is that it really is connecting our two greatest resources, residents and business, in an attempt to soften the negative economic impact that's been caused by this pandemic. We want to help both of them during this unique time, and this provides an incentive that gets all of the parties involved. I'm a part of a roundtable group of just different leadership throughout the nation, so different city leadership. And we were trying to go over some ideas on how to stimulate the economy. And I had mentioned this idea, and one of the assistant city managers, I believe she's in Texas, she took this idea and she ran with it. She happened to have a city council meeting that night. She took it to the council, she got it approved immediately, and they sent out $35 cards to all of their residents. And she said that it was so successful that they're getting ready to do round 2. So there are other cities that have already implemented something like this. And so it was good to hear that it was successful to them. And we want to encourage our residents to shop local and to use the gift cards at local businesses. It benefits them as a consumer, and it benefits the businesses by encouraging shopping. Next slide. So when can we begin? So if this is approved today, then we could actually get letters sent out to the businesses tomorrow, asking them if they're interested in participating. And Sandra has already made some phone calls to some businesses and sent out kind of an email to put some feelers out on if this is a program that they would be interested in. So once the letters are mailed, we will compile a list of our participating businesses. And then the last week of May, we could send out the information to the public with the Harriman Bucks card, and then instructions on how the program would work, and the full list of businesses that are participating. The program could last the whole month of June, and then we would ask all of the businesses to submit the Harriman Bucks along with receipts or a sales report by July 15th so that they could be reimbursed for those amounts. Next slide. So Harriman has over 675 businesses. We want to include them all. This is home-based businesses. This is brick and mortar businesses. So we want everybody to have the opportunity to participate. So if a landscaper who runs his business out of his home wants to participate, they can. If someone who makes quilts and sells them from her home and she has a business license, she's registered with Harriman, if she wants to participate in this program, she can. Obviously, grocery stores, fast food, Anybody who would like to participate and can provide us with the required documentation when they submit for their reimbursement, they are more than welcome to participate. Next slide. So as noted, this is just kind of a general design. It will change just a little bit once we submit it to be printed, but it's the design for the cards. These are the letters that would be submitted. There's one for the residents, there's one to the business owners. The middle form is what business owners would have to submit with their, when they turn in the cards and the receipts or sales report. Next slide. And then, of course, that was a lot of information. So if you have any questions regarding the program, I'm here to answer them for you. Or if you have questions about financial impacts, if you want different dates or longer dates or shorter dates, staff is just looking for a recommendation of approval to administer the program so that we can assist our local businesses.
Any questions from members of council?
Tammy, you mentioned that, you know, a couple cities that you talked to have already implemented. What time frame did they, especially the one that is getting ready to do round 2, what was their initial time frame? Again, I think we'd want to incentivize people to get out and spend that as quickly as possible, obviously to provide that stimulus to our local businesses. But what feedback did you get from them on their timing?
So they started this March 16th, March 17th, I believe. And they ran it for 30 days, but they had over 40% of their cards turned in within 15 days of running the program. So they immediately went to their council to see if they could extend it and send out another $35 and just run it consecutively.
Tammy, are we?
That's awesome.
Are we confident that $10 is sufficient, or should we do more? Should we do less? What's the recommendation by staff on that?
I think it's sufficient if you're putting it towards a $20 purchase. I think it's significant. The city in Texas that had given me some feedback on this, they're larger than we are, which is why they were doing the $35. They have a lot of businesses that were initially closed down completely. Harriman's been lucky enough that our grocery and our fast food were able to stay open with modifications. And so I think we have a different situation, and I think $10 would be sufficient. However, I would say that depending on the success that we see from this program, it might be something that you want to consider doing again a little ways down the road, especially once we have some different numbers back that show how we were impacted in April and how we were impacted in May. Obviously, as Alan had noted, the numbers that we're seeing now are for March. And we know that in March, there was kind of a run for people to buy supplies to make sure that they had everything that they needed during this time. So it will be interesting to see if there was any kind of slowdown once we have those April numbers. Are there any other questions?
If there are no other questions, I will happily accept a motion on this item.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the Harriman City Shop Around and Economic Development Program.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Steve and a second from Jared. Clint?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I will vote yes, that motion passes unanimously. All right, we appreciate all the efforts from staff on this and look forward to hearing back about any successes we have. So thank you very much. We'll move on to item 9.5, discussion and consideration of a resolution adopting and approving a public improvement district policy. Alan Ray.
Okay, we've been talking about this for several work meetings, and in fact, talked about it at length in our earlier work meeting, but public infrastructure district allows for landowners to be able to assess a property tax on their property in order to build infrastructure. And this replaces impact fees on those properties in part. So we've been looking at a policy that we could implement. We've been working through the process, and we're bringing this to the council for approval tonight. Jonathan, if you'd go to the next screen, please. We do want to make sure that we emphasize in the document that this is the minimum criteria and that it may be changed from time to time as the council finds. And so we'll highlight that in our policy. Okay, please move to the next one. Okay, this is the way the process works. First of all, the council needs to approve a district, an infrastructure district. A developer who wants to use this can submit a letter of intent of what they intend to do. Now, on our initial policy here, we are going to be very limited on the areas of the city that it would be able to be used for. And it's the intent of the city council that we don't use it at all for residential. So then our community development committee would review the LOI for compliance to the city policy. Once that's approved, the developer would be able to submit to the city a governing document. And the governing document, when that's approved by the city council, creates the district that can assess these taxes. And just because they meet our policy does not mean that they will necessarily be approved. The council has a lot of leeway on whether or not to approve a district, and there's several things, particularly financial, to make sure that they are viable. In the long term, we don't want to assess property taxes to create a project that never gets finished. So there'll be some intense review of the projects to make sure that they meet our requirements and that we believe they'll be viable. Once that is done, the city council either approves or denies the governing document. Would you go to the next one, please, Jonathan? Just a couple of things to highlight is that just because a proposal meets our policy does not mean that they have to be approved. It is the sole discretion of the city council whether or not they approve a PID district. Also, there's no liability to the city for rejecting a proposed PID. Please go to the next one. There's been concern over where we would put these. We've written in the policy that it's only for commercial and those types of things. There's been concern that that is too loose, so we propose that we add a map to the initial policy which describes the area that can be used for it. John, would you go to the last slide? Okay, this is the map that we propose being in the initial policy. And just a clarification, Sherry, you asked this morning about Main Street being included in the district. I thought that was an error when we saw it, but it's been brought to my attention that that was done on purpose to give the city more property inside the district, to give us more authority towards managing the district if it's created. So we have to have ownership. We would have Main Street plus our park will be inside the boundaries, which would give then the city some control over the district and give us a spot on the board. So that was done on purpose. So I guess that's what I have. So I just entertain any questions that the council has.
Do any members of the council have questions or questions they want to discuss with Alan before we discuss among ourselves? Okay, thank you, Alan. Any discussion among the council regarding this item?
Sure, you missed part of a pretty robust discussion about this earlier in our work meeting. Jared and Clint both brought up some really great points, specifically around some concerns about going forward with a specific approval of any PID. I think there's another concern expressed that perhaps urgency on the part of the developer is spurring us to make a decision before we might be ready to adopt a formal policy. I think that about covers the big points. There's a lot more specifics in there, but there's a lot of concern about whether or not this is opening the door to approval and what that might look like. I think there's a lot of trepidation. We don't want to be necessarily the guinea pig, but we understand that there may be a specific need on this particular property at this particular time. There's still a lot of questions to be asked, a lot of research to be done, a lot of hurdles to be jumped over before any PID could actually get to approval. I think we're maybe conflating the approval of an actual governing document of a PID and then the approval of a policy of which we would go through. From my perspective, I don't necessarily know that there's anything wrong with this policy. I think the policy is fairly good and it's been vetted by a couple of sets of eyes. I think it outlines a process under which we would move forward considering something, but I don't think in any way it binds us to doing anything or commits our hand to any approval. So I don't necessarily have any real objections to moving forward at this time, but I would support anybody who had really strong feelings that this should be delayed or further discussed or anything. I'm not necessarily advocating for instant decision, but I'm not opposed to it either.
So when I was leaving the conversation, there was a comment made, I believe, about wanting to have legal counsel maybe give us some pros and cons of why we should move forward now or why we shouldn't move forward now. I think that was the gist of some of the conversation. And we haven't had that, to my knowledge, as far as, here's the why you should, here's the why you shouldn't. Should we just say we don't do PIDs? All that kind of stuff. Was that discussed further?
I think
we didn't get very far with that discussion beyond that.
I think to your point, Sherry, we've had obviously legal look at the policy that's in front of us tonight. There was a few minor changes suggested to that, but I think really where to Steve's point, I don't have a strong objection to moving forward on a policy, because I think where we get into some of those really, the meat of it and the particulars is in the governing document, which would be the next potential step. And I think that there's a lot more to be discussed about that. But just as a general policy, I think Steve articulated it well. I think that this doesn't bind us to anything. It simply sets some very, very basic parameters by which we would consider, or at least a person would have the option to submit an LOI for us to consider, but it doesn't bind us to anything, and there's a lot more work to be done. So I'm much like Steve. I reiterated, or I spoke earlier, that I'm in support of putting a policy in place, but I'm certainly don't feel like it needs to be rushed. I'm not sure that there would be major changes to the policy we have in front of us tonight moving forward, because I think some of those larger issues come in the documents as we get further down the road. So I as well, could move forward with this, but I certainly don't want to feel like I'm rushing anybody into it. I could certainly be persuaded to make sure that we're looking at this from every angle over the next couple of weeks, and potential bringing it back, in 2 weeks as well on the policy side of things. But again, in general, I'm in favor of putting a policy in place.
Yeah, I think that just from my perspective, I would be much more comfortable just reviewing this a bit more, just because we don't have anything to really bounce it off of. Who's done this? Nobody. And so what are the legal implications of it? We don't really know yet. We have our attorneys look over it and say, we think you're good on this, but we know exactly how those things go. It's like then the law gets changed and then we're in a mess. I'm a little bit hesitant right now. I'm not super convinced at all about PIDs. I don't like, there's so many loopholes in these things that it concerns me greatly that a policy could be abused. So I'm a little bit hesitant on moving forward on this tonight as far as approval on it. I'd like a little more feedback as far as exactly that. Hey, why should we, why shouldn't we? Here's the problems moving forward on this right now with this, or here's the benefits moving forward with this type of thing. I just like to feel a little more comfortable understanding those things.
One of the things sorry, Jared, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to tell Sherry, one of the other things that we talked about briefly after you got off was obviously not really the difference, but at least another alternative to having a CDA or a CRA in place, which obviously squarely puts the city in the middle of all of the finances, for improvements in an area, where a PID is an option that takes the city out of the middle of really that financing piece and doesn't put us in any liability moving forward, which to me, I see the value in having a CRA or a CDA in an area to help stimulate and do some of those things. But again, it's not one of my favorite things to do, nor do I think a PID is going to be one of my favorite things to do. But again, it's another option. And I tend to like the fact that it takes the city out of that financial obligation piece of it as well. So just another thing that we talked about that I think is something for us to consider as we continue to talk about this.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Sherry, I can understand the concerns, and I think that I understand the concerns from Jared as well. And I'm happy to, out of respect to you as members of the council, to hold off on this for a couple more weeks, to let us give us just a little bit more time to look at it and maybe get a couple more of those questions answered. I am of the opinion that we do need a policy in place. I look at this very much as a policy and not as a particular project, because I would like the policy to be in place to guide any projects or any requests that come in. So I would like to have a policy in place so that we can make sure we're not getting requests for things like residential or other things. But for me, it's not in any way any sort of approval of a specific request, because frankly, we haven't seen one yet. And so that's where I look at this and I'm coming from. But at the same time, I'm willing, just like the other members of the council, to hold off on this for a couple more weeks to allow just a little bit more time to look at it and to review it. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
Well, I know Alan had commented about we could have a policy that says we don't have this policy or something like that. I just want to understand why we would or why we wouldn't a little more clearly, and probably from more of a legal perspective than anything.
That's really kind of my concern, what I tried to articulate, and maybe I need to do a better job of it, but I'll put it in an email and send it to everyone tomorrow. I'd be much more comfortable getting an opinion from our new attorney, not just suggestions on the document which were presented to us, but a legal opinion on the best and safest path forward for the city.
Well, to me, it sounds like somebody's ready to make a motion.
I'd make a motion.
Continue item 9.5.
I would second that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Steve to continue item 9.5 and a second from Sherry. All in favor?
Can I just ask that that we just make sure that this does come back on our next agenda so that we don't delay this any more than we need to.
So so do you amend your motion to the next meeting?
Sure. A motion to continue us to the next city council meeting.
Perfect.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that appears to be unanimous. That brings us to the end of our general meeting. The next future meeting for the Planning Commission will be at 7 p.m. on May 21st. Our next City Council work meeting will be on the 27th at 5 p.m., followed by our general meeting at 7:30 p.m. that night as well. We are in the middle of our Yeti Social Distance 20 in 2020 fitness challenge right now. So we appreciate our staff for that effort and for what they're doing. With that, I will accept a motion to adjourn the general meeting and return back to our work meeting to finish those discussions.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that appears to be unanimous. So we will move back into our work meeting. We had a few items that we need to discuss, and then after we just finish discussing those items, it is our intent to move into a closed session, at which point the broadcast will stop streaming, as that item would be closed to the public. But we'll go ahead and finish these items up real quick before we do that. So we'll go back to city manager updates, and I think we were specifically on about to hear from Wendy about some of the events coming up.
Hi, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you all tonight. Wish it was in person, but this will have to do for now, right? So as you know, we are currently in orange. We're following Utah Leads Together 4.1. I think last time we met, we were on, 3.1A version 4, but now we're on 4.1. And it does give us a little more guidance as far as parks and events, which is good. We were really pushing the governor's office to get some of that information. My personal feeling is that we're going to go one of two ways on Friday. Either the whole state will move to yellow, which I almost think is unlikely. I think some regions will go yellow. I think, unfortunately for us, we will stay orange, which is really frustrating for us because we're ready to get out and start doing things and start seeing.
Wendy, you're referring to the county in that, correct?
Salt Lake County, yes. That's my personal opinion. I wouldn't bet money on it, but that's just kind of the feeling that I'm getting as I'm hearing people talk.
I agree with you, Wendy. I think especially for Salt Lake County as a whole, I think we're likely to be probably one of the last areas to move from orange to yellow based on the current data.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm really not happy about it, but we'll do our part to keep people safe. As you may know or have seen, we did open the skate park, and there may be some questions about why we decided to open the skate park. And really, we were the last one that was closed down. All the other skate parks have opened and have been open. Some of them just because they don't have fences around them and they couldn't keep kids out, and so it was just a futile effort just to keep kids out of there. So they just gave up, threw their hands up, and said, "Go at it." I noticed yesterday was the first day we had it open. In the morning, we had about 5 to 10 kids in there. As the day progressed, there were more, so the word got out really quickly that it was open. When I drove by in the afternoon, there was probably 30 kids skating in there. We do have signs up reminding them to social distance. We are cleaning the bathrooms on a regular schedule, but we're just kind of leaving it to personal responsibility, which is really questionable sometimes with teenagers. But that's one thing that I think we really need to push throughout all of our discussions is personal responsibility. Bring your own hand sanitizer. If you're feeling nervous about it, don't come. We cannot require masks of people that visit our parks and public spaces. And so that's something that we can't do. So we would encourage mask use, but we can't require it. Black Ridge. So this one's always a tough one and always a big discussion. A few weeks ago, when we were still in red, the weather started getting really nice. And this is different this year. Usually we have a little bit of a colder, wetter April. This year it's been beautiful and people are itching to get out and go outside and recreate. We started noticing more and more people starting to come to Black Ridge, and our parks director, made the recommendation that we close the beach and the water until we have a really good plan in place to keep people distanced. The governor's office has come out and said for events and for other activities that the numbers that they've given for the 10, 20, 50 people is for private gatherings, not for gatherings that are run by an organization such as a city. So it falls on to the city to make sure that people are socially distancing themselves when we're inviting people to our areas. We usually start staffing Black Ridge after Memorial Day. We've kind of bumped that up a little bit so we can make sure that we have adequate staff out there to keep on top of things. What we're thinking is that we will use the parking lot as our capacity indicator. Once those parking lot stalls are full, that's it. It's closed until some people start leaving. That gives us plenty of room, in my opinion, as people spread out on the beach and the water and the trails, and we'll just have staff continually monitoring that. The one thing I don't want to happen is for a line of cars to end up going down Ashland Drive and blocking people's driveways. That's the one thing we don't want. So as people arrive, we'll allow them to go park and set up their spot, make sure they're staying apart. And as those parking lot spaces fill up, we'll essentially close it, tell them come back later, come back tomorrow, and then we'll allow people to come back in as spaces become open. The first few weeks, we're going to staff it pretty heavily just to see how things go. I know a lot of people are excited to get back to the reservoir and kayak and do their water activities, and we want them there. We just want to make sure we're doing it in a safe way. So are there any questions or suggestions on kind of our plan moving forward?
So when would be the first day that we would intend to open?
We just put out the job opening today or yesterday. I think it was yesterday. That's going to take some time. We do have people that are returning that worked Black Ridge last year, and so we are able to start staffing it earlier as long as those people are available. I would like to shoot for the 22nd of May. That will hopefully give us some time to hire some new staff. There's going to be a lot of hours to fill. So we also will need to have our police department Trails Patrol there to help us out a little bit until we figure out how this is all going to work moving forward.
So my biggest concern is Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
Having seen that facility in the past on holiday weekends, I am not sure that we will be able to actively manage that facility on a holiday weekend with only a week or so of notice of us trying to figure it out. I'm concerned that what we're going to end up with is a rush of people all trying to get into the water, and exactly what you described, a line of people waiting down the road, waiting for somebody else to leave so they can get in. Because even if we tell them to leave, they're just going to circle the block and come right back if they know there's people there. And so my biggest concern, I'm comfortable with almost everything else you said, but Memorial Day weekend is, I think, a big concern for me. And I almost wonder if that's something that we should not have open on that particular weekend until we can get a little bit better adjusted to handling, crowds at that location.
Wendy, my question is, obviously I agree using the parking stalls in the parking lot as an indicator of when to close. If you, and when you reach that capacity and you close it, do you close it to the walk-in traffic as well?
No. So what we figured was we're seeing about 20 cars per day that's just trail users. So we thought if we can reserve some of those spaces for trail users, that lightens the load on the beach. Um, in our the beach just by itself is about 25,000 square feet, so you can put a lot of people there. And then when they spread out onto the water, into the grass areas, on the smaller pavilions, they really do have the ability to spread out a little bit more. And so we have about 130 parking spaces. If you have 130 families there, I don't see a problem with them distancing and spreading out.
Okay. My other, to the mayor's point, obviously that weekend, Memorial Weekend, has a potential of being crazy and being busy. The other side of it, I guess, just to play devil's advocate just a little bit, the other side of it to what the mayor suggested of maybe not opening it for that weekend is what ultimately happens up there if it's not open and we don't have people there to help manage it, because it's not going to stop the people from going in there by any means. And so, that's obviously the tough side of this to manage. I definitely get the mayor's point of how we manage that, but I think we have a better chance of success potentially of having it staffed and people there to help try and manage the crowds that may come up there and turn those the way once it gets full, rather than not having anybody there and just kind of allowing things. It's a tough situation no matter how you look at it, for sure.
Council, I'll tell you this, our experience with Black Ridge is many years, right? And the best way it got managed was, and this is part of the program, is we'll actually have people at the gate educating them about staying social distancing, educate what spaces are available. So, and the years we did that in the years past, and Mayor can probably remember that was those years because he was up there a lot. We did so much good up there with the residents and everything else, controlling that by doing that method. That's why when you're saying she's going to staff it up pretty heavily, and also with officers as well. So, and then eliminate the 20 stalls that are just for trail. That brings that number down, times that by 4. Typically our households, right, for a car, four people. So that's quite a bit. That's 80 people less will be on the beach.
Can they walk in? Yeah, so even if they don't drive in, so they could have more people there than that. And so I'm kind of more lenient on this stuff, so forgive me if I offend somebody, but my question is it our job to police all these people? If they go utilize a public facility, I mean, you can go down to Utah Lake right now, and there's nobody that's going to come and arrest you if there's large groups of people down there. So my question is it our job to police that, or is it our job simply to say, be safe? Here, stay distant, have social distancing, here's the recommendations. I'm just always a bit confused on this issue. What is our responsibility and role in this? What is the dictate from the state government saying, hey, you have to do this? Will you help me understand exactly what that is? Because if we have public that wants to go use a public facility that their taxes have helped pay for and things like that, what is our role to say you can't go there, and how are we going to enforce that?
So I don't have a great answer for you, Councilmember Orrin. I do know the history that I've seen just in the 3 or 4 years that I've been with Harriman is the problems that come with the overcrowding that you're seeing in the southern Utah reservoirs, that you're seeing at Gunlock and you're seeing at Sand Hollow, where they have to close at 10:30 because there's too many people, they're too close, and they're trashing the place. And so the last thing that I want is for that to happen, because then it takes a lot of our resources to go back and clean it all up and get it put back together. And it's also that in that residential area makes it difficult too, because then we start getting, Councilmember Shields will start getting a lot of complaints from the residents that live around there. And even though they know that they live by this amenity, it still is a big burden on them. Their yards get trashed, people knock on their doors to use the bathrooms. We've just got that history with Black Ridge that just continually repeats itself. People love that place, and it is a great place. I just don't want it to get too far out of control. So that's me being cautious.
No, I agree that I don't want to see it get too far out of control either. My question kind of is, does it get too far out of control every year without COVID? It seems like we always have problems up there.
Yes.
What
and cost too much to try to.
Sorry, go ahead, Chief.
Sorry. Wendy and I talked earlier about this, that we would kind of parallel on this. And it has been our experience in the past that it just has been unmanageable if we try and come from behind. So typically we launch out ahead of it and try and manage it on the front end. The mayor's been up there, in fact, with me in the past, picking up dirty diapers and stuff off of the beach and those things. So it's certainly been our experience that if we get ahead of it, I think we can manage it a little bit better. I'm with you. I think the public should use the facilities if they can, and you guys have heard me say this, if they can self-regulate, but they can't. And that's been our experience every year up there, that it just gets overrun. And ultimately what happens is all our police resources from the city are up there anyway, trying to get a handle on it. And when that happens, we really have an issue. Some of our most successful years, and again, the mayor will remember when we had the police officer at the front gate welcoming them to the park, literally with a little piece of paper saying, these are the rules. If you don't follow them, we'll kick you out. Because they were drinking and we had some gang fights and that kind of stuff up there. Because people come from far and wide for this. And I think they'll definitely come for Memorial Day. And we had talked about employing some traffic standards that would help us with that, so that they don't back up down the gate, into the neighborhood, and maybe have a radio relay down to the bottom of the hill where we manage it from there. So some things that we've definitely been thinking about and talking about. But I think if we were just to lock the gates and walk away from it for the weekend, we'd get run over for sure. We would be up there anyway trying to manage it, but it would be quite a mess by then.
So do you feel confident you're going to be able to manage it by telling people you can't come or full?
I think so, yeah. We've had enough experience up there. And in years past, we've actually had to do that. There just wasn't any more room for people to be in the area. Literally, I think I could have walked across the reservoir if I'd have stepped on shoulders. So, we've had to do some regulation up there in the past, and we got fairly good at it. I feel like we did a good job.
Tukar, Wendy, maybe you guys can answer this. Is there a capacity number that we've established that is kind of the max level for that facility? I mean, 100 people, 200 people, 900 people. I mean, there's got to be some number where we're kind of saying, when it gets to this number, it's full. And if we're just using the parking lot, I guess that's okay. But what is that number?
There has not been a capacity number. I have been up there on the 4th of July, and it is elbow to elbow. You can't move.
Yeah, you couldn't have stuffed the person in between anybody else up there. And
people will come and drop their stuff off at the turnaround, and then they'll go clear down and park on Emabella or right outside the parking permit area. They'll park there and they'll hike all the way back up to the reservoir. It's cool. I mean, it's great. It's a great amenity that people love, but it's too much sometimes.
Yeah, I am fearful that if we don't manage it during this weekend, we're going to have a problem. And that'll be us trying to recover from that. And there will be a lot of people there, and I don't know that we have the police resources at that point to manage it effectively or safely.
And let me clarify that my intent was never to not have someone up there during the holiday weekend. My intent is whether or not we allow the public in by keeping the gates closed. Unfortunately, it's not something I would prefer to do. It's an amazing amenity that people love, but keeping the gates closed and having an officer up there enforcing that, removes a lot of the problem. Now, with that being said, I think Sherry makes some really great points. I mean, at what point does it become, our responsibility to, their own individual responsibility to self-monitor? What I'm concerned about is, are we creating a situation where we are bringing in, we are creating a point of focus that may not have been there had we not opened that facility.
Type of situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we are seeing a lot of trail use, which is fantastic. They're getting up on those trails and using them. Our trail patrol's been out talking to people and just really having a fantastic time. The people on the trail have been behaving themselves largely. So I would hate to also take that away, but Wendy and I have worked together for 3 or 4 years on this, and I think we feel like we have a pretty good handle on it. But again, we have the police plan laid out, no matter how you want to run it. If you want to shut it down or if you want to keep it open, we'll get it taken care of.
My intent will be, in all honesty, Chief, is that I'm going to look to the recommendation for staff. If staff is confident that you can pull this off and keep it from becoming what we've seen happen in the past, I'm going to be willing to, to say, okay, let's go for it, because I know that staff puts the time and effort, and they're not going to make a recommendation that they don't think they can achieve. So if as staff, the recommendation is that we should go ahead and open it, I'll listen, but that is my concern is should we even open? So I don't know, what's the rest of the council think?
We won't be able to reopen until we have more staff hired, because we just can't staff all of those hours right now. So until that gets into place, we're going to have a really hard time reopening.
Steve, you're not on.
Sorry, we may not be able to open on Memorial Day even if we want to.
Right, correct.
And the plume is going to come back.
Yeah, we'll get algae again.
Yeah.
Probably earlier this year because it's been so warm.
Yeah. I'm again, like I say, I agree with Chief Carr. We certainly don't want to be behind in dealing with that issue up there, regardless of when it is. But to the mayor's point, I think staff is the one that has the best knowledge, the best handle up there. I'm supportive of when they feel like they have the staff to adequately staff it and control the crowds and put the plan in place that you want to. I'm supportive of you moving ahead at that point.
Steve, Sherry, Jared, any thoughts?
I would say if you've got the staff and you guys think you can handle it, open it up and go. I think to Sherry's point, if people are going to choose not to socially distance and be all over on top of each other, caveat emptor there, man. You got to take care of yourself. So, but I think we look to put our best people up there and educate them what's going on and try and maintain a relatively controllable number up there and open it up.
And I share, I'm sure Wendy does. In fact, we talked about it when the video was coming out of like Gunlock and those places. I thought, oh man, could you imagine if that happens up there? Because there were just people. Yeah, and I remember seeing the one Lone Ranger standing in the middle of them, and I thought, wow, that would get away from me really quick. But certainly we have more resources here to handle that kind of stuff. But it is a point of concern that we've discussed.
Is it worth putting our people in harm's way regarding COVID?
We keep going back and forth on that. We would make sure that they had the right equipment and take protective measures to protect them. I do want whoever's at the gate to take some information from them. How many people are in the car? Where are they coming from? What is their zip code? And what are they doing? Are they just accessing the trails? Or are they going to the beach? As long as they maintain that distance from the cars and from the people that they're interacting with, it should be okay.
Do we have the option to ask them if they've had a fever, persistent cough as we do that? I know our restrictions are a little bit different as we're a government agency.
I don't think we do, but I'll find out on that one, Mayor.
Yeah, because that would be my question. I mean, if somebody's going to come, they're going to lie. I mean, I get that. They're not always going to be honest. But the point and my concern is really a matter of can we keep people healthy? And can we, do what we can to reasonably mitigate the spread of a fatal disease, but still allow some normalcy as we approach our summer. So I will, I think I would leave it again up to staff. And I think you have the direction that you need, that as long as, you feel that you can safely do those things and you have manpower needed, go for it. I would ask that we get a update on the plan and the process and how things have been going for the next, every council meeting for the next couple council meetings, just as part of our updates, so we know if it's been an issue or not.
You got it. We can do that.
Any other comments or concerns by the council members? Okay.
So I've got a lot more to go through. You're not getting away this fast. Spring cleanup concluded on Saturday. Monty should be able to hop on here and give us an update. They were really busy and they handled it really well despite some circumstances that we ran into. So I'll just give him a minute to update you on that status.
Okay, Mayor and Council. Everybody can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay. Last Saturday, we completed the spring cleanup. We feel that it was a huge success. We had a lot of compliments from the residents that came by to drop stuff off. We did a little bit different this year because of the COVID. We utilized one location. We ran it 2 weeks consecutive. We did take Monday off, which it's a good thing we did. So our very first Saturday, we experienced a few issues. One trip to the dump to empty a dumpster was taken approximately 2 hours. With the lines, they'd opened it back up to the public, and so the turnaround time to be able to get those dumpsters back empty and replace the full dumpsters was taking a little bit longer than anticipated. And we did run into a point of time about 3 hours before the day was to end that all 12 dumpsters were full. To compound that, we had one truck break down at the dump and was unable to empty one of the dumpsters. So at that point in time, we made a decision to go ahead and unload people's cars that with items that were bigger, bulkier, easier to clean up. We'd put those on the ground instead of turning people away for that last 3 hours. And we were able to complete the day without too much of a trouble. We did not want to turn people away once they'd loaded up their vehicle and brought it down. So we got through that Saturday. Monday worked out really well because we did not schedule that as a day. So it was a day we could catch back up and empty some dumpsters. We additionally added one additional driver on the next Saturday to solve that problem, and that worked out really well. We didn't accept hazardous waste this trip, so that kind of took care of some of that problem and enabled the staff to go ahead and focus on the task at hand. So a quick rundown of some numbers. The trips to the dump, we had 154 dump tickets in the 2 weeks. We took a total of 242 tons of waste to the dump. We still have a very large pile of tree limbs and green waste that we had just had them deposit on the ground. We're in the process of hauling that, breaking that up and hauling that right now. We estimate that we should be done with that by first or middle of next week at the latest. We do have a breakdown of some numbers. So on weekdays, we were averaging right around 120 residents dumping stuff off. Fridays increased to a little over 300. And Saturday, we had a little over 510 residents show up to dump items. So as far as it went, things went really well. And like I said, we just finished last Saturday, and we do have a large pile of green waste to continue to deal with. So final numbers, we haven't quite got the man hours or the fuel costs and that, and we'll bring a more detailed report back to you later.
Hey, Monty, are you chipping the green waste? Are you guys chipping that up yourselves, or are you hauling it?
So we've been working with Parks. One of the options was to go ahead and chip some of that up and use it for mulch. At this point in time, the Parks Deputy Director of Parks and Rec informed us that right now he doesn't have any need for that. And so more than likely, we're going to haul most of that up to the green waste.
Yeah, I was just curious if it would be even advantageous if there's any residents that might want chip or anything like that. We could just chip it and say, come pick it up. Maybe not, though.
We could look into it.
It's all good. Sorry, just creating a job for you that you don't need.
It does take quite a bit of work and effort to chip that much waste. And sometimes it's, if we don't have an exact need for it, a lot of times it's more cost effective to go ahead and just use the thumb on the Mini-X and lift it into the dumpsters. But we're always open to those suggestions.
Yeah, and I guess the dump can do exactly that too. They can chip it and resell it to people anyway, so it's all good.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Monty, for that update, and let all the guys and girls know up there that we really appreciate their help in getting the spring cleanup done. They did a great job.
Thank you. And we
I know.
appreciate it.
I know. Again, I received a lot of very positive feedback for the fact that the city found a way to still allow that spring cleanup to happen, under the current circumstances. And I don't know, Monty, you may find that process worked better than how we've done it in the past by having the one location. But I know I was a contributor up there to the green waste pile myself. But again, the fact that you guys were able to put that plan in place and how well it seemed to work, given the COVID circumstances we're dealing with, again, tremendous job by all involved.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna hop over to Justin really quick, if he can hop on, and he can tell you a little bit about the slurry seal projects that are going on throughout the city.
Yes, Mayor and Council, as you probably noticed throughout the city, we've been doing some road seal projects. We've done slurry seal. That has been going on for the past 2 weeks. They finished up today on all of those roads. It's been all the way from the Rose Basin area up near Sherry throughout the entire city, City Hall, East Harriman, North Harriman. We'll be moving on coming in the next couple weeks. We'll be doing 134th and then a few other projects. And then coming in September, we'll be doing a lot of the internal subdivision roads. So the slurry seal project went very well this year, and we had a good contractor and a good inspection team. So if there's no questions, that's all I had on the slurry project.
Great, thanks, Justin. Okay, let's get to events. So it is Police Appreciation Week, and we are doing Thank a Cop sidewalk chalk here in Crane Hall. We've had some families come out and participate in that. That's been really cute and fun. This Friday at 8 a.m. we will do an honor guard ceremony for fallen officers. We'll honor K9 Hondo at that. So it will be streamed online. We are encouraging people to watch online and not actually come to the building to watch. Do you want to talk about that at all, Chief?
Yeah, we'll have one of our officers will speak. Last year we started a tradition with Chief Reyes where he spoke about his partner that was murdered. This year we're planning on Zach Adams, whose brother was killed in the line of duty, and he will give a little bit of a speech, and we'll continue that tradition for years to come. But we'll do a flag raising ceremony at that as well. We're just going to ask that everybody, like I said, stand at a distance and probably be about 15 or 20 minutes, but it's certainly a very good thing to come see. Councilmember Smith was at it last year and some others, I believe. It was very nice. And the chalk art is very interesting, Wendy.
I've got some more pictures to send you.
Okay.
Memorial Day ceremony will be Monday, May 25th at 9 a.m. at Harriman City Cemetery. It will be streamed online as well. We're working with Harriman Police Department and UFA on doing that. The fireworks show that was supposed to be May 23rd has now been moved to May 30th. There were some contract issues in one of the cities that was participating, and so they've asked for a little more time to get some things together. but we are still anticipating that happening. So just plan on May 30th instead of May 23rd. So I'm getting a lot of questions about town days. My recommendation is that we continue with town days with a lot of changes, and things could change before town days gets here. And so I don't want to just cancel everything. I know a lot of places are canceling everything. Our town days is the same weekend as Taylorsville days, and they are pushing forward. They are bringing in a carnival. They're doing parades. They're doing all of the things that they would normally do during their celebration. And I don't think that we're going to probably go that far, even if we are in yellow or green, which I don't think we'll be in green. But I do think there are some activities and events that we can still do to bring the community together. And so my recommendation is we've got very creative people in events, and they've done a great job so far at keeping people interested in and communicating. And so that's kind of our plan going forward with town days. Do you all have any questions or concerns about that?
What types of modifications are you considering at this point, Wendy, to still allow for some type of town days, but obviously doing our part?
So we are able to do things with food trucks. We found that out. So we're going to start our Hungry Harriman back on June 1st. So we can do food trucks. We can stream a concert. We can do drive-in movies. We can do a reverse parade, which is where we park the floats in the park and people drive through and look at them. Some cities are doing that this year for those that will have floats this year. We've been doing virtual bingo, so we would do town days bingo. If we are able to do, if we're in yellow and we're able to do some team sports, we can do home run derby still. We can do spike ball tournaments. There's a lot of things that we can do that keep people apart, but still encourage the community to come together.
Okay.
So just those kinds of things. We'll do online arts classes. We'll do, we've talked about doing chalk art again for town days. So there are a lot of options. You just have to be really creative about it. We're just trying to remain flexible and see where we're at the time. And if we're good to go, we're good to go. All of the contracts that we've already signed are very flexible in rescheduling or appearing at town days as planned. So we do have the opportunity to move some of those activities to August. So if the concert feels better in August for people, then we can move our Party Crashers concert to August. It's just, we're just kind of trying to be flexible while still trying to provide something. So. Any other thoughts or concerns about town days? Okay. Well, we'll just keep you updated as we plan things.
Thank you, Wendy. We appreciate the staff's efforts. We know that this is a difficult situation we put in, and the creativity that you guys are using and the way that you're trying to come up with ways to engage our community is encouraging. So we really, as a council, do appreciate it.
They're doing a great job. Okay, final thing for me, I think, unless there are questions after this, and then I'll turn it over to Chief Carr. Senior car parades. This has been a moving target for us. We've been really trying to work with the school district and the principals and trying to figure this out. And it's been changing just as much as the governor's Utah Leads Together. 1 minute we're doing one thing and the next minute they change their mind, we're doing something else. And then we're just trying to be flexible and support them in any way we can. And it sounds like even this evening there were some possible changes to the plan. So maybe Chief, if you want to talk a little bit about where we're at.
Yeah, just trying to be the best partner we can be there. Obviously, Jordan School District is a huge partner for us, and we appreciate that. What we had is probably just like everything else we've been encountering, is nobody knows what to expect. What's going to happen tomorrow? And is something going to happen on Friday? Wait. And we were getting a little nervous that we might be running up against a wall on that. So we helped them along and gave them some opportunities. As of this morning, we still had 4 plans that we could utilize. We've actually, in the PD and in events, we've created 4 eventualities, if you will, of how this may turn out and planned them all out. And as it stands right now, it's going to be a car parade. And that we've actually planned out 3 or 4 different routes for that car parade, depending on what the school wanted to do. And we wanted the PTA and the kids and the parents to have some say in how this to track at the same time as we possibly could. So right now it looks like, and I even hesitate to say anything right now, because we have a meeting, I think, tomorrow morning. But right now it looks like we'll probably launch out of the 12900 South, 5600 West, and go towards Harriman High with them in groups of 100 we'll bring on site to stage, and then another 100. We think there could be the possibility of graduating over at 100 or 800 children, young adults. But we don't know that they'll all show up, but we'll still have groups of hundreds, we think, and it's going to be very long. Georgia School District wanted to do all their high schools on the same day. So we are also having to, later that afternoon, probably while Harriman is still underway, staff Mountain Ridge High School, and they're going to do a car parade. We did kind of mold that in a more positive direction so that it didn't cross Mountain View corridor, because I wasn't going to let that happen. So we're going to keep the cars on the east side of the corridor, but to the south, and they will run down towards their school from that way. I think Tammy, Wendy, I'm drawing a blank. Is it 200 and something? I think there's 220. So we're trying to do all of these things, keep the city rolling, make sure we don't impact too many people. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a busy Friday, and we'll get through it.
Thursday.
I'm sorry, Thursday. I had Friday in my mind from Black Ridge already. So
what's the date on that again? Sorry, Chief.
It's June 4th.
June 4th. Okay.
Bingham is doing theirs, I believe, it does start in the morning for virtual and then goes through the afternoon.
Yep, their parade is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And then Riverton is doing a parade around their city that will be several hours with 700 and something graduates. So we're trying to figure out a way to make it so that people just don't feel like any direction they go in that Tri-City area, they're stuck. But we're trying to impact everybody the least. And so we'll have the kids go on our route that'll go down 56 up the boulevard and then down 6,000. So we will also be using 2 lanes, then we'll go to a triple lane into the school, and the kids will exit. There's going to be no photo ops or anything for them at the point where they're given a box. However, the plans changed quite a bit as we were planning this out. It went from red to orange. When it was under red, I was apparently the bad guy that said, yeah, you can't have groups sitting on sidewalks. It's not allowed under the governor's directive. However, when it went to orange, they can. So a formal organization can have as many people as they want, as long as they stay to family units and stay separated in those family units. So we think that we will be able to provide quite a number of linear feet of sidewalk for these families to get onto. And I'm fairly certain there's going to be a whole lot of people, grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, that want to take pictures of their kids as they pass through the parade. So we're trying to give them that opportunity and give them a lot of linear feet to do it. Does that sound about right, Wendy?
Yep.
We have thought this and rethought it 20 or 30 times now. So as of tonight, that's the best interpretation of the system as it stands. So tomorrow it may be totally different. We'll see.
Well, we look forward to seeing how that plan is revised over time.
I can tell you it's going to be one of 8, Mayor. One of the plans we'll have going for sure. That's about all I've got on the graduation, Wendy.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for me? If not, I'll just turn the time over to Chief Carr. Okay, goodbye.
Right, and we'll work with Tammy to get things messaged out once we get a little bit more firm grasp on what the school really wants. So we'll work through that, and we'll start. I'm sure Brett we'll keep him uploaded every day so he can get you guys uploaded every day. As Wendy mentioned, it's Law Enforcement Appreciation Week. We usually have people bring us in cards, and the kids come in and tell us thank you, and we take pictures, and they give us food because that's what cops like, and that's the fastest way to a cop's heart is through his belly, right? So they bring us food, and sadly, Monday people wanted to do that, and we had to tell them no for obvious reasons. But we started thinking of ways that they could show their appreciation, and we were thinking about getting posters and maybe hanging them up, but then they would blow all over the city, right? We didn't want that. So we came up with the idea of chalk art in the park, and the kids come down there, they get some chalk handed out by some of our staff that's wearing all their gear, and they go and write us messages, and they've been very interesting messages for the most part. Very heartfelt, very touching messages for us. So that's been fun to see and watch, and apparently Wendy this is my week at home, so I haven't been able to go up there, but apparently Wendy has some cool pictures for me. So that'll be fun to share. And I thought, ultimately we can take those and turn them into some paper product for the officers, maybe put them up in the patrol room. Would be fun for them to see the pictures. Other than that, this week, with Friday being the day that we will do the memorial, this certainly has impacted the programs that we usually run this week. And that's been sad in and of itself, but we're working through that. As far as like PPE and the condition of the police department, we're doing very, very well on PPE. Most of the reason, as I've told you before, is Lieutenant Weidman was really on top of it. And through his medical connections, he was able to get us those big UV towers. And those have been amazing. We're one of only a few police departments that have the ability to actually clean our stuff. They're incredibly dangerous. As Riley pointed out, you do not want to be around. So we have an area that's set off for that. And we've gone through, there's two of our guys, Brian and Lance, that have gone through quite a bit of training on it, because you do have to be worried about shadowing and a lot of other issues that may come up with the UV. So you don't want people to have a false idea that their stuff is clean when it really isn't. So generally speaking, though, we're able to turn around our PPE within about 2 to 3 hours. We can turn around the entire police department's PPE stuff. So that's been very helpful. Other than that, our call volume, like we talked about last time, has been staying fairly similar to what we see any other time. We've had some great successes, as I mentioned earlier, up on the trails. The officers that have been doing the trail patrol had a great time up there. And our park patrol seems to be working. Our vandalism in the parks has not increased. We were getting quite a bit of vandalism at first when this all happened. We have a park patrol car every night that goes out and patrols those, and we have not seen an issue since then. So as far as the condition of the police department, there's no sickness. We seem to be doing okay. Seem to do very well. Any questions on that so far? Okay. Thank you.
So Mayor and Council, that's all the CM updates, and Wendy was right. It was going to go a long time. So unless there's something that Tammy wants to update us on, she sent those reports out to council. The staff is very, your whole staff is very positive and optimistic about that we're taking care of them. They feel confident in what they're doing. They're doing a great job out there, as you know. But anyway, that's our report. Tammy, is there something else you'd like to add to that?
Nope, I think that's about it. I think we've included most everything in our updates. And then of course, most of my stuff would have been related to economic development, which I think we've covered tonight. So I think that's it. We will prepare for the proposed plans with the graduations, as well as some of the other events that we have coming up. We've talked fireworks and all of those others. And additionally, we are going to be posting banners near the schools and in front of City Hall that just offers congratulations to all of the graduates of each school. So each banner will represent each school and have their logos on it, and just congratulate those that are graduating class of 2020 during this different time. a really unique situation. I'm sure they'll never forget this year, that's for sure.
Okay, thanks, Tammy. I can tell you honestly that it's not a small task. And I think Steve said it, that there's been a lot on our plates, not just the day-to-day stuff, but things added on to what we're doing. And Clint's made the comment too. You think about organizing a car parade for graduation that's 800 cars long for Harriman High. That's crazy, right? So that will be hours. You think our parade has like 130 entries and it's 3 or 4 hours long? Well, I've been informed it's going down 6,000 West, so I'm going to inform my family they're going to have to be there for 24 hours before they can actually leave the house. So, but we look forward, we'll actually probably get out front and cheer them on for graduating and making it happen. So you think about that one high school, one of the biggest high schools in the state, a graduation class of 800. 200 at Mountain Ridge, and I believe it's like 120 at Providence and like 60 at RSL. And your team is involved heavily and help organize and direct it in a good, positive way where it's manageable. So my hat's off to everybody, the whole team here, from communications to police, the events. It's crazy busy around here. So just thank you for all you're doing. That's it, Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate it. So in just a moment, I will accept a motion to move into closed session. Just a reminder to our public that once we go into closed session, that the public stream will be discontinued. We will not come out of, we will come out of our closed session to close our meeting, but as the only item that will be happening is us adjourning our meeting, we will not be restarting the broadcast at that time. So there will be no further items for further discussion tonight by the council that's not in a closed door session. With that, I will accept a motion to move to closed session.
We'll make a motion to temporarily recess city council meeting to convene in closed session for the purpose to discuss pending or reasonable imminent litigation and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated section 52-4-205.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yep.
And I'll vote yes, that motion passes. We thank you. We thank the public for their participation.
I got a link to go to a closed session meeting. Are we going to close this and go to the other one?
Yep, use that link.
Okay, see you guys in a minute.